pause shortcut on mouse 5, and you can swap between Galaxy and System View on mouse 4. I probably won't actually use those, but there are probably some people who find that useful. I'm very used to just mashing E for this and space for this. I hit space there and scrolled down. Fantastic. Small portrait images in the UI now crops to focus on the face of the character. That's probably useful. Auto survey now explores fog of war when it can't find systems to survey. Probably good too. And they'll now collaborate if they can't find separate systems to survey. Those are some nice QOL improvements. I like it. AI are now significantly less eager to become vassals. That's probably good. Just skimming through the rest of these balance changes here, Agrarian Ideal and Angler are no longer mutually exclusive. That's interesting. That's very interesting indeed. Anything else in here? Looks like Leviathans have been buffed a little bit. New difficulty level, Civilian, easier than Cadet. Default difficulty setting is now Cadet instead of Ensign. I mean, that probably doesn't matter. Difficulty adjusted AI modifiers as a game setting. Interesting. Mid-game scaling difficulty option. And they reach their maximum at the mid-game start year now. Instead of what it was previously, the scaling option... I don't know how it worked previously. Deluging a holy world is no longer okay. I like it. That's the intent, the entirety of the the entirety of the context there. Perfect. What else do we have here? Anything particularly interesting in here? Not so much. There's been a bunch of AI changes and fixes. We're not too concerned about that right now. Whole lot of bug fixes and some modding and performance changes. Neat. So that is all of the changes there. And we're going to hop back over to the game proper here. So we're going to start a new game, and we're going to play as a Toxoid species. Hello, Human Star League. We will be back to you eventually. Well, tomorrow. Not in the stream, but... we're going to create ourselves a new empire here. This will be a Toxoid. Ooh. So these are all of the new portraits. These guys are kind of exciting looking. I like the water physics there. That's neat. Living in that tank. We might go with something like that. We can always come back to it if we need to. We can come up with something Corellian, sure. We can come up with something generic for right now. If you guys have better ideas, leave it in the chat, and we can revisit it. But for the time being, we are going to see, are there Toxoid name lists? Yes, there are. Radiator Frunklin. Or actually just Radiator Flunklin. Okay. Florio Progogi. Carbon Slavai. Halagrin Bale. These are kind of neat. What else do we have? Rotbert Foul Dreamer. Influenza Boat Phlegm. These are some funny names. Okay. We're probably going to go with Toxoids too. These are less pronounceable, shall we say. Malcontent Mirror Shade. Yellow Angel. Best Perfectionist. Imperial Idea. Sweet Angel. Insufficient Pedant. I mean, these are pretty good too. Just Void Lurchers. Hilarious. I think we're going to go with Toxoids too. I kind of like this one. Breaker of Quarantine, Grimy Surgeon, Spiteful Sick, Rat Swarm. Yeah, that's pretty neat. And we're, of course, going to have our ship prefix be TOX, just to make everybody sure that if they come aboard, they will be infected with something. Definitely. Traits. I mean, obviously, we need to be, like, repugnant, right? That's pretty clear. There's Inorganic Breath, which is hilarious. Pop-up keep plus 50%, but they produce exotic gases. Grants between 30% and minus 10% growth speed, inversely proportional to the number of pops on the planet. So I'm guessing that means... Yeah. So that means that they will grow quickly early and slow down later. That's interesting because that just kind of happens by default to some degree, because late game pop growth is slower than early game pop growth. So this is probably a good thing to take, actually. Incubators is pretty good. We've got Noxious here. Extremely unpleasant to be in the vicinity of. Plus 30% minimum habitability, but minus a 30% habitability cap. Plus 50% army damage. Plus 10% housing usage. Minus 1% happiness per noxious pop. And 2% happiness per non-noxious pop. That feels like that should be... Maybe I'm not understanding how that works. That feels like that should be reversed, where the noxious pops get happier and the non-noxious pops get unhappier. Maybe that is how that works, and I'm reading that wrong. I don't know. I think we'll take noxious for the moment. We have 2 picks left. We could definitely be wasteful. Pop consumer goods upkeep. Plus 10% is going to be a little bit rough for us, for sure. But then beyond that, what would we want for our final trait point? We could just take intelligent. Because we have to do a bunch of research to figure out how to have our toxic environment everywhere, right? That would be the overall idea there. We could definitely go with something like this. Fascinating. Now, we'd like to start on a toxic world. That might be something that we can get with a origin. But we'll set our homeworld name to be Plumbia. Fantastic. And our city appearance is definitely going to be the new Toxoid city. So that's kind of neon looking. Neat. And then as far as our origin goes, there are 2 Toxoid origins that are new here. So let's see what we've got here. Overtuned and Knights of the Toxic God. These are the new ones. So this allows selection of overtuned traits. These can be further boosted by the Damn the Consequences edict. It can be freely added and removed through gene tailoring, and we start with the ability to genetically modify our pops. That's interesting. And then there's Knights of the Toxic God. We start with a unique habitat and 3 fewer pops. We start with the quest for the Toxic God situation, and we get access to unique Lord Commander, Knight, and Squire jobs. Unlock powerful modifiers for the Knights in your homeworld through the quest, and allows access to the Knightly Duties policy. It allows construction of orders commanderies on subject worlds, and what awaits you at the end of your search. So that definitely doesn't start us on a toxic world. But that's interesting. 3 fewer pops, but we do have that increased pop growth speed. So that should offset that. Maybe we go with this. We cannot be Fanatic Purifiers or Gestalt Consciousness if we're this. And we can't be Machine Intelligence if we're overtuned. Interesting. So this is all about the gene editing. This one, I'm a little bit unclear with what these knights actually do. Maybe if we read this flavor text, that might tell us. Centuries ago, the species' homeworld was visited by a toxic entity. The ecological catastrophe that followed ruined half of the world, but allowed an early unification of the survivors in their reverence for the toxic god. An order of knights has been created to search for the toxic god, and although many things have changed, the quest continues. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting indeed. I can definitely think of some interesting themes to go along with that. We'll go with this for now. If you guys have other ideas, let me know in the comments. And if we're not done with our species creation by then, we will definitely think about that. So, if we're looking for our toxic god, we should probably be like fanatic spiritualists. But also, we should be focused. We could be like authoritarian. That's a possibility. Fanatic spiritualist authoritarians. We're looking for our toxic god. The idea is we will find our toxic god eventually. If you get in our way, we will make you look for our toxic god as well. That would be the concept. I don't know. That's definitely interesting. We can go with like a we can't be a hive mind. We could go Imperial. Max influence from power projection is pretty good, at least in the early game. So we could do something kind of like this. A theocratic monarchy. As far as our civics go, if we wanted to do that, what are the new civics here? Mutagenic spas. Pop growth speed increase per industrial district. Also a happiness and habitability reduction per industrial district. But that's pretty interesting. We could go with mutagenic spas. And what else would we want here? These others are not compatible. Pop growth from entertainers. We're going to need some entertainers. Well, entertainers give amenities, not necessarily happiness. So we need something to offset that happiness, perhaps. I mean, catalytic processing could be interesting. We'll turn food into alloys. But I'm not sure that that's really what we want to go with. Imperial Cult gives us Edict Fund. Actually, Artificers produce +1 consumer goods and trade value and engineering research, and every 3 industrial districts grant an extra building slot except on habitats. That actually probably offsets us quite a lot. Because we have a penalty to our consumer goods. We're wasteful. So that's a good thing there. I like this. This is pretty solid. Our advisor voice. Is there a Toxoid advisor voice? There is. Let's listen to that.
If you think you're better than me, why don't you just try playing along? If you think you're better than me,
it's a little quiet, but okay, sure. So we'll grab the Kingdom of Plumbum. That sounds perfect. Excellent. As far as our flag goes, we obviously... Well, these are the new Toxoid flags here. We want to go with, like, the radiation symbol, almost. Or, like... This is similar to the biohazard symbol, isn't it? I think so. We want to be, like, green and purple, I feel like. So our primary color would be, like, a sickly green. Kind of like that. With our secondary color being, like, a dark purple. But we'd want this to be a little bit different in shape. Actually... That's interesting. I kind of like this. Cool. For our ship appearance, obviously we're going to go with the new Toxoid ships. Oh, wow. Look at the, like, vats of chemicals and the pipes underneath it. It looks super delicate. Like, a stray bullet will destroy the whole thing. But at the same point, at the same time, it looks like almost Kerbal, like it's held together with duct tape and chewing gum. I kind of love it. That's amazing. And then our ruler here. I wanted to see if we can change the color of this fluid. Oh yeah, we can. Beautiful. And I feel like this is a decent room. We can't change the clothes or the attachments or the phenotype, but we can make the color be green. That's perfect. And apparently our ruler is Rotbert Liverrot. I like it. She is an arch-prophetess, with the heir being the high priestess. Cool. I think that's an interesting little setup that we've got there. We'll save the Kingdom of Plumbum, and I think this is great. Let's give this a go. This is going to be really weird. This is going to be really weird to play. We're going to be playing in a huge galaxy. We'll reset everything to default here, though, otherwise. Hello, Thomas. And we are... Oh, this is by default on Cadet. Oh, yeah, they changed that. I mean, we could see what it feels like on Cadet with like, mid-game scaling difficulty on. We would get bonuses here. I mean, we're going to steamroll the AI, but I'm not really planning on coming back to this particular game, so maybe that's okay. I'm kind of interested in seeing what the new default, like, intended for not really new players, but just this is the default difficulty right now. Cadet is the default difficulty, not civilian. I normally play on Grand Admiral here, but yeah, it gets huge bonuses. Yeah. But we're going to try on the default difficulty. I haven't played at this difficulty for a really, really long time, but I want to know what it feels like. They just changed the default difficulty, so we can see. And we're going to try that fancy new mid-game scaling that they put on. Difficulty adjusted AI modifiers. What does this actually do? Multiplied by difficulty bonus for AI empires. This makes late-game AI economies significantly stronger. For example, a technology which gives plus 20% mining will instead give plus 40% mining for AI empires on Grand Admiral. Okay, I don't fully understand what that tooltip is trying to tell me. But it makes late-game AI economies significantly stronger. We'll keep that on. Actually, no. I said that I wanted this to be default. I want to know what Paradox wants the default difficulty to feel like, right? So we leave it on this. This is completely default. I am going to turn on Iron Man mode, but otherwise this is going to be completely on default here, other than going up to a huge galaxy is going to be the plan. I want to know what Paradox thinks the difficulty of this game is supposed to be. Obviously, if we're planning on going substantially further in the game than this particular stream will go, I'm going to want higher difficulty. But I want to know what this feels like. Okay, so here we are, the Kingdom of Plumbum. We are a theocratic monarchy. Long ago, our planet was divided. Petty kings squabbled constantly, and our population bled for their vain ambitions. But with the coming of the first High King, all of this changed. Their inspired leadership forged a kingdom without equal. Above all else, the High King was pious. War was waged against any who denied their god. But still the heretics persisted. The king's prayers were answered when the toxic god visited our world. Though its time among us was brief, its baneful influence poisoned the land of the unbelievers. Any who survived pledged fealty to the High King. For the first time, our world was unified. Can you move the chat window? I can. Let me see about where. Well, ultimately, they have the outliner slightly different now. Yeah, let me move that here. Let's see here. I want to move it up a little bit. That was down. I want to move it up a little bit. And then I'm going to just move that guy over. Hang on, that's changing the size. I'm an idiot. Okay, let's put that back. We need to change it up a little bit. There we go. And we will move that over ever so slightly. Okay, this is going to be a little bit too far up. It's probably reasonably fine. We'll try something kind of like that for now. Okay. The toxic god soon left us, but the king, determined to find it, founded an order of knights. For centuries, these valiant souls searched tirelessly, but to no avail. Is the toxic god from the new patch? Yes. Yes, it is. The toxic god had long since departed from our world. The next chapter of the quest would be written in the stars. With the use of powerful relics, it was the Order that built our Empire's first orbital station. A mighty keep, it would become the springboard from which they plunged ever deeper into the cosmos. Cool. Okay, so we start with this habitat here. We do start with 3 fewer pops because of it, but we have Fever Realm here, and it currently has on it an Order's Keep. Okay. Fascinating. It cannot be removed or disabled. They use alloys as upkeep to provide naval cap, defensive armies, unity, and research points. Completing nightly quests can further improve their output. Plus 1 night job per 10 pops. Fascinating. Squires provide amenities and increase the output of Lord Commander and Knight jobs. So currently, that's a lot of things that produces. Do we have one here? We don't have one on our capital. Can we build one eventually? That might be the only keep that we can have. Yeah, Empire limit 1 of 1. Interesting. But 2 alloys for all that is relatively cheap. That's for sure. I feel like we can move the chat window over a little bit more. Let's bring that over to like... Yeah, that's probably a little bit better. Cool. So, with that there, we do have a tile blocker. In fact, we have 3. We have industrial wastelands with sprawling slums. Now, we definitely want to build industrial districts. We know that for a fact. And I don't know why this is currently showing up here with the new patch. It's kind of weird. I'm wondering if that's something to do with the UI scaling. Actually, let's check into that. So if we go into here, UI scaling is at 2x because I play on 4K. Let's go down to 1.0. Things are going to get really tiny here. Oh, this isn't that tiny, actually. Hang on. Not very much changed. That's weird. Oh, you have to restart the game these days. Okay. Well, we're not going to do that. Okay, that makes more sense. Fantastic. But I'm not sure why these are popping up here now instead of out here. I preferred it out here, but as far as I know, there's no way to change that. So it's just going to be here at this point. It might have something to do with the UI scaling. I can research that after the stream. But for the moment, we can see that we have our quest for the Toxic God here. And it's currently progressing due to our night jobs. So we can either do regular funding, which is minus 10% alloys and energy credits. We can do generous funding, minus 15% alloys and 30% energy credits, but we gain 10% unity. Or frugal funding, which is a lot cheaper, but it costs 100 influence to implement. Okay. We're not sure what'll happen during these stages, and we're unsure what the outcome will be. But I think that we're going to jump up to generous funding for now. We'll get that unity there. Alloys in this early game are not going to be tremendously a problem for us, I don't think. Now, we're almost certainly going to want industrial districts, but for now, of course, we need to work on our civilian ships. Wow, look at this. 3 alloys and 6 energy credits from that. That's kind of huge in our starting system here. And where are we? We're basically right on the galactic core. Fascinating. Well, we're absolutely going to come out here and build that. We are already negative on our food. That is something to note. Our science chip here is going to head... That's a continental world. Our habitability is continental worlds, isn't it? It is. So we see 2 continental worlds, one here, both size 17. So we're going to immediately survey both of these worlds. We want to get colonies on these as soon as we can. We also see a choke point here and a choke point here. That's great. Okay, let's look at our tech here. Research speed is incredible. Only option is society research from researchers. That's weird. But it's good. We want that. Engineering research from researchers will be fine as well. Okay, so we'll get that going. And off we go. We have a new heir, the High Priest Hemorrhaginous Liverrot. Cool. I am a little bit concerned about our food. Okay, we're going to need an agriculture district for sure. Or one of these worlds is going to need to be made into an agro world. One or the other.
An anomaly has been found.
So we immediately find an anomaly. This is way too difficult for us to research now, so we'll leave it alone. And all we have now is construction of this 2 society research. So that'll be okay, and once that's done, we will head out to our new system that we're going to grab here soon. Okay, we have a tradition available. I don't believe there are any new traditions, are there? I didn't see anything about that. So this is all pretty much the same. Obviously, since we are on a quest to search the galaxy for our toxic god, discovery is the obvious way to go for the increased survey speed and other exploration bonuses. Expansion after that, perhaps. But we'll grab discovery for the moment.
Construction completed.
Cool. We've finished all of our construction in Plumbum. This advisor voice is actually quite a lot quieter. We can turn up the advisor volume here a little bit, but I'm going to have to remember to turn that back down for some of the other advisors. Unless they modified all of the advisor volumes. That's a possibility, I suppose. Okay, so we definitely grab our survey speed increase here. And then from there, we can grab our databank uplinks. We don't have any edicts going on right now, and can we get any for free? The answer is yes, we actually can. We've surveyed this out over here, Planetary Animalia, great. We're going to grab... We could just do Map the Stars for the moment. Done. So we're going to go over here next. We see that this immediately branches off a little bit, but we definitely want to get this surveyed. First contact protocols. So, we are... I think we're going to be proactive here. Greeting the Xeno with open arms. They're not going to like us, but we have no real reason not to like them unless they hinder our quest, right? So we'll greet them with open arms. Sounds good. We definitely want to build a starbase out in Atheorix. Fantastic. That will be finished up right now, and we will go ahead and build our mining stations. We also want to colonize this as soon as we can. We need food for that, and we will buy in some food just to make that happen. There we go. And what is on this world? Okay, that's a little bit non-great. Okay. So our station here, of course, can't produce food. That is definitely a concern. And we do have a new tradition available here. We will take databank uplinks. We now have research subsidies available. Do we want to swap from Map the Stars over to research subsidies, or do we just want to... Well, actually, that's 37 that costs. That's pretty expensive. I think we're not going to do that for right now.
An anomaly has been found.
We found an anomaly, and this one is still a little bit tough to research. We should consider getting another science ship very soon here. That's going to wait until after we've got our colony ship done.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Oh, hello. A group of knights just came back from a long quest. Their spaceships are battered, and their power armors have seen better days. It was a grueling journey that yielded scarce yet precious insight about the toxic god. Despite the hardships endured, spirits are high, for they did not come back empty-handed, and their stories will make fine additions to the Chronicles. So we gained 2 progress here, out of 1,000. So it's about 2.5 months worth. Okay.
A system has been surveyed.
So Krant has now been studied. That's great. We definitely want to head out over here and see about what's going on over this direction. And our science ship will get finished up soon enough, but we want to go grab Krant. That is our top priority right now.
Research complete.
Okay, we finished our society research from researchers. Always great. Pop growth speed. That's fantastic right off the bat. I love it. Science division will be pretty good to take. We'll go ahead and grab that for research alternatives. We're definitely concerned about our food situation. No doubt about that. So that science ship will get finished up here shortly. And there it is. We can get a habitable world survey initiative. Or we can just grab a lump sum of Unity, and for now, that's what we're going to do. Our science ship is going to head out over here. We see this is a desert world. Our habitability here... I don't actually know what our habitability is going to be. Because we have a higher floor on our habitability. So that's going to be interesting. We'll see what that looks like. Our food is going to run out soon. How are we doing on our pop growth here?
Construction
Okay.
completed.
So that will be done fairly soon. And we'll build our mining and research stations here. And we definitely want to colonize this as well. We're going to need food and alloys to make that happen. I'm going to wait to buy in the food. We'll get the alloys on the next month
An
tick.
anomaly has been found.
So right about now, we have the alloys, and now I'm going to buy in 500 food, and we will come out and colonize Krant Prime. Fantastic.
A system has been surveyed.
Okay. Not a whole lot down over here. We're going to continue surveying down this direction. And we can grab ourselves leader experience gain. Fantastic.
Research complete.
We got ourselves engineering research from researchers. Always nice. Habitats immediately off the bat. I feel like we're not really going to be able to utilize this early. So I think I would rather grab minerals from miners for our geothermal fracking. I think that'll be useful. And we're going to be filling out some of these jobs eventually. We need an enforcer job and 2 squire jobs on our fortress station. And over here we require 3 additional priest jobs. Sure.
Construction completed.
Okay.
Hastily.
So at this point we can head to Gorkiner and grab that.
Research complete.
Signs of battle. We'll leave that be for now. That's too complicated. Research speed finishes up. Always great. These are all combat here. We're going to grab fusion reactors for now.
An anomaly has been found.
And that's, again, a very high-level anomaly there. We're not ready to grab that just yet.
Construction completed.
Okay,
Hastily.
so we'll build our mining station here.
A system has been surveyed.
Both of these systems are surveyed. So we can see here, choke point here would grab us these 2 systems. There's a couple of potential chokes over here, but nothing too great as far as good choke points over there. We're just going to come to the south here, and these guys, they're going to head up over here. Cool.
Construction completed.
So we can see that this is 30% habitability. We're not going to rush that. That's not going to be great for us. We're going to head down and build a starbase in Scorum. Cool. So we'll immediately grab Faith in Science, and that gives us our first Ascension perk. Honestly, Technological Ascendancy is too good to not take as your first Ascension perk in basically every situation, in my opinion. That said, at this difficulty, we probably don't need to do that level of min-max, but we're still going to grab it. I want to see how this difficulty feels if you're playing not hugely optimally, but quasi-optimally. So that'll be fine. I'm not loving the way this is looking out here. We do see a choke point here would grab us everything in this area, and arguably that's our home constellation there. Arguably.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Okay, so we finish off down here, and we'll grab all of that.
A system has been surveyed.
So we definitely want to come out and survey this direction, because I'd like to grab this system and this system, for sure. So we're going to work towards that for the moment. Our colony has been established here. Under most circumstances, I would build a gene clinic, but it's mutagenic spas, I believe, that we want instead of gene clinics these days. They turn consumer goods into pop growth. So for this particular species, I don't know if they can also get gene clinics. Maybe. We don't have the tech. But mutagenic spas, obviously. And I didn't realize we already had the tech. We should build that on every one of our locations to get as much pop growth as we can. So that'll be great.
Research complete.
Okay, pop growth speed plus 10%. Oh, well, there we go. We can also have gene clinics. That's nutty. Okay, I was thinking they replaced gene clinics.
System has been surveyed.
They do not. So we need to head down over this direction. And we may want to start thinking about a second construction ship. Not that we can support it via influence, right? That's not something that we can do right now. But we may want to think about it anyway. Just so that we can start constructing up over this direction. So we'll get that out. Oh, hello! We found intelligent alien life. There was an encounter down over here. Oh, space amoebas. Okay, that's going to be interesting. In that case, we should probably try to come down this way. So we're going to need to do our first contact with them. Fantastic.
An anomaly has been found.
We'll go ahead and research this one. That one's nice and quick. No problem there. I'm definitely still concerned about our food situation. That's a tundra world. Okay. Nothing too important there. Convenient mining. Plus 2 rare crystals. That's pretty good. Not that we can get those yet, but we'll be able to eventually. Let's grab our starbase up in Ponal. And we're going to be running low on influence. That's pretty obvious. Okay. Minerals from miners finishes up. We'll always have habitat available, so we can take that whenever. I'm very interested here in grabbing, I think, some of these military technologies here. I mean, standardized Corvette patterns is pretty good. Our colony in Krant has now been established, so we definitely put in our mutagenic spot and our city district here. Did we put in a city district here? We did not. We should do that. We're going to need additional food. We'll buy that in for now. Okay, best viewed from afar. Yep, the space amoebas are being investigated. Okay. We'll head down over here and see what our habitability on a tundra world is. I'm not expecting it to be great.
Completed. Hastily.
Okay. The flying slime can certainly come out over here. And what do we want next? Well, I think expansion is the way to go. We are, after all, searching for our toxic god. And it has nothing to do with the fact that we're going to get additional pops and get pop growth speed and reduce our influence costs. Fantastic. So we're going to construct our mining and research stations here. And I wanted to come into this colony and get that city district building. Cool. We just found some exotic gases. That's always nice. Where were those? Up over here. We definitely want that. There's a desert world over here that we can't really go after just yet. Cool. I'm interested... Okay, the tundra world is 30% habitability, so that's at the habitability floor. That's good to know.
An anomaly has been found.
I do want to grab our military fleet here and bump that up to its current cap. We're not going to actually build that right now, I don't think.
Construction completed.
Okay, we're going to grab our... We actually lack the minerals for the mining stations right now, but we can grab no mining stations. Perfect. On the month tick, we'll be able to. Okay, on the next month tick, we could get 1 at this point, that's for sure. We need a physics research, and colony development speed is pretty good. But so's physics research from researchers. Both of those are pretty good. Okay, we're going to get all of these mining stations built. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at this constellation. This is the only choke point here. In that case, we head up over here, like so. If we grab this system, this entire constellation is ours. Guaranteed. I love it. We should continue our first contact event, but that's the space amoebas being finished. We can now do a space amoeba study, and we got 33 influence for that. Always nice. And let's go ahead and research our space amoeba study. Cool. The flying slime is not currently doing anything. I'm going to head up to this trinary system for the time being. We've discovered a new archaeological site, and we've got the sublight exploration probes event chain. We can see where those are. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
An anomaly has been found.
We'll go ahead and research that, no problem. Cool. We'll head up to Theram. And we're just kind of banking influence for the moment. And we need a... Oh, Order's Domain. I didn't even notice this. This is a unique district type. Squires provide amenities and increase the output of Lord Commander and Knight jobs, and it's housing positive. We absolutely built this.
Has been found.
Okay. We'll come back to that in a moment. We have an abandoned amusement park. That's great. And we'll research this one. Cool.
Hastily.
Okay. We should be able to now construct our Order's Domain. We definitely want to max out our Order's Domain here. Because that's the only place we can build that, right? So that's definitely something we want to do. Our construction ship will head out over here. And this construction ship is just waiting on Theram being finished up. We got one of our probes, or we didn't get it, but we found it.
This situation has been cataloged.
Cool. So that's fine for now. We will come back to these. And in fact, we can Life Electric, sure. We can come back over here, but I wanna follow this path over here and see what this connects to, if anything. We'll head out over there, and we'll grab our mining stations.
An anomaly has been found.
Leave that be for now.
Has been surveyed.
An encounter in Tharum. Tharum is over here. So we found aliens here. I don't see them. We'll look into it. It's difficulty 8. These guys. Okay. So that is a science ship. So we know there's somebody down here.
Research complete.
Cool.
Research logged.
Space amoebas forever. We can get bonus evasion, or we can get regenerative hull tissue. I think we're going to go for bonus evasion because I prefer to get that off of our Titans. So that should be fine. Nebula refineries would be okay here too. Now, we don't know too much about these guys. We may end up having to mobilize our military a bit, and we can see that we're negative on our consumer goods. But right now, what we're really interested in is getting our pop growth like mega online. So currently completed 99 months. Yikes. Not as fast as I would have liked, but it'll do. We'll get gene clinics soon enough. And that'll be great. Okay, we got a faction here. The Alliance of the True Gospel. Only the one faction. Fascinating. Okay, we definitely grab our Starbase influence cost reduction. Currently, we're not planning on doing any colonization because we don't have any planets that we want to colonize, but we'll grab colonization fever when we're going to be ready for that, or when we have no other option, really. We're not currently building here, so we should be building here.
Construction completed.
Okay, there's our gene clinics. We're going to grab planetary unification for a lump sum of unity, and now we need to put gene clinics on every single one of our locations that we can. We don't have a building slot here. We can upgrade our Habitat Central Control or by taking the Voidborn Ascension perk. We can't remove the Order's Keep, and we've already got a mutagenic spa. So we can't really do that there. But we can always migrate pops to that location. It's insane to me that we can have both a mutagenic spa and a gene clinic.
Research complete.
So that's nutty. We're going to head down over this direction still. There's another faction. Cool.
Hastily.
Oh, these guys already claimed Zaffa. I see. I see what's going on here. Sure. We're going to head to Zolomon then. Awkward because they have a better defensive position than us here. I was hoping to grab the choke point. Sadly, it's not going to be a thing. So we need a physics research here, and we're going to go for research station output. Anything to increase our research speed. We get 2 insights for our translation of their language. Cool. So we definitely want to grab Zolomon. And they seized our vessel.
A system
and overwhelmed our defenses. So our science ship will be back eventually. And they laid claim to the Zappa system. Yep, definitely. We will continue working on this. Our breakthrough chance is unlikely, but they're taking a hostile stance. Okay. With that being in mind, we're going to get these fleets upgrading.
Our ships have been made.
And we're going to start working on getting our ships put together. These guys might be a problem. Where did our science ship, or rather our construction ship, go? Apparently that was also seized, or something. Okay, we're going to need a new construction ship, then. So we'll queue that up. The Gruner! Okay, the Gruner are our precursors. And they translated our language. They are an intelligent research link, machine intelligence. The spirits do not look favorably on this meeting. So, they're suspicious of us and belligerent. We're going to immediately begin spying operations on them. And I'm wondering right now... Okay, our spy network has been established. Okay, they rivaled us. We'll rival them back. And we are going to close our borders to them. However... Okay, it's always closed towards rivals, yeah. So, here's the thing. They are impeding our search for our toxic god. They must be removed. That's the rule. If they close their borders to us, they must be removed. This construction ship up here needs to head over... Okay, we can see this connects over here. It needs to head over this direction. And our science ship will be back soon enough. Okay. Sonified science. Sounds good. That's a lot of science for us. Always great. From here, we're going to head down to Tharum. We do not get Zolamon. That is very clear.
Research complete.
Okay. So we're going to grab ourselves an engineering research here. And mineral purification plants are pretty decent, but I think we're to go for, yeah, mineral purification plants. That'll be fine. Fantastic. So we have 6 open jobs on our capital right now, 5 to 1. So we definitely need additional jobs. Empire size reduction is not bad, but right now it's not necessary. We're at 97, so we don't have any costs below 100. I'm still going to grab it because another system or two, and we'll probably start hitting some penalties there. Oh, hello. The Tale of Knight Defectorich Bioleader. Banishment. Knight Defectorich Bioleader. Thy reckless behavior almost brought death upon 5 of your fellow knights. Thou art pure of heart, and thy goals art noble, but transgressions against the order cannot be overlooked. The knight commander was stern and severe. Around him, all the knights were present, either in the flesh or via holocoms. They stood silently as the commander spoke. By my powers, I strip thee of knighthood and banish thee from the order. May fate have mercy upon thee. Defectorich Bioleader bowed, deposited the insignia of the order on the hangar's floor, then turned without a word and climbed aboard a small ship. Later chronicles would report that banished Knight Defectorich Bioleader knew the sentence to be fair, but it did little to ease her grief. When one's whole life has been in service to the order, to be cut out from it is like losing a limb. As she had done so many times before, Defectorich Bioleader flew out of the keep's hangar and into the great beyond. This time, there would be no return. Good luck out there, Defectorich Bioleader. Okay.
A system.
So that's interesting. We finished up our research stations. We can definitely grab, like, energy credits from technicians. Our economy is definitely not the greatest right now. Terraforming this early. Wow. We'll take that. Absolutely. That's amazing. So this construction ship is done over here. We need to build this mining station and then move up to Wheeldor. Cool. And this science ship may as well start heading out to the north. There's nothing else for us to do down here for right now, so that's fine. Our colony has an open building slot. Which of these do we want to designate as an agri-world? It will be this one. And we'll go ahead and build an agriculture district here. Fantastic. The modified probe will be hostile.
Has been cataloged.
Okay, so that's out over here. Sure. Oh, hello. Cast out from the Order, Defectorage Bioleader made her way deep into a nebula. On a previous quest, she and her squire met a sage, living on a secluded moon. Great was their knowledge, and greater their powers, for they belonged to a coven of shroud witches. Defectorage Bioleader was in need of guidance, and hoped to find solace in the sage's advice. Stories tell that Defectorage Bioleader renounced her weapons and spent months amongst the sage's students. On this moon, the values of the Order mattered little, and while chivalry was respected, it was not an end in itself. Many were the lessons imparted by the sage, but the ambition of Defectorage Bioleader was an unquenchable thirst. The quest called, and she would answer once more. It was late at night when the sage came to visit Defectorage Bioleader. They handed back the weapons that the knight had abandoned, along with a data crystal. Thy squire is in grave danger. Thou art knight no more, but the young one's life rests in thy hands. Go now. The perilous nebula awaits. Make haste, Defectorage Bioleader. Well, we'll see what ends up happening with that one. So this is a strength of 46. We're going to send our 8 corvettes up to go deal with that. No problem. And in the meantime, we will send our starved beast out over here to see what we can do with that particular probe. Fantastic.
This situation has been cataloged.
The information led Defectorage Bioleader to an asteroid field. Anchored to one of the largest rocks was the Damsel, an ancient corvette. Next to it, another of the Order ships betrayed the presence of a knight. Worryingly, its distress beacon was active. Defectorage Bioleader entered cautiously, stepping into the theater of a brutal fight. Weapon impacts, both ancient and recent, littered the walls, and fragments of robots were strewn around. A little further in, the lifeless remains of a knight of the Order, and the trail of a wounded Corellian beckoned Defectorage. Deep within, the banished knight found a body in stasis, her squire's body. Monitors showed that young Rancy Liverot was wounded, but stable. However, when Defectorage Bioleader approached, the ship's security systems whirred online. A chilling voice echoed, "Step back, Marauder. Thou art not welcome aboard. Stay thy weapons. I am no marauder. Let me get a good look at thee." Indeed. Please accept my apologies for the confusion. I am known as Sinopol. I am the sentient AI of this ship. How did my fellow knight die? Knight, sayest thou? That shouldn't be saith. It should be sayest, but okay. Were thou related? If so, accept my condolences and another apology. I thought the intruder to be a marauder. When I asked that they leave the ship, they became highly aggressive. Several of my maintenance droids were destroyed trying to stop them. And my squire, what art thou doing to him? Thy squire made me realize the mistake I'd made. He had been wounded in the fight and lost consciousness soon after. I placed him in this medical stasis so that he may heal. Ever since my crew was abducted by marauders, I've been very lonely here. I hope to enjoy thy squire's company for a moment after he healed. What did the marauders do? I was hacked and taken offline when they approached. But once I overcame the hex cast upon me, the security footage showed them capturing my crew after a fierce fight. They've probably taken them into slavery. My databanks indicate that marauders often do that. All this was long ago. It took ages to repair myself after the hack. Many parts of my memory banks are still locked even to me because of it. But tell me, if thou art a knight, what is thy quest? We are looking for the toxic god. I have multiple records of encounters with toxic spacefaring entities. Unfortunately, most of my memories are locked. I can access the index of the records, but not the information itself. If I help thee, I want thee to take me off this ship. I long for contact with other sentient beings. Wouldst thou bring me to thy lord? So we can either choose certainly, fair AI, or thou hast killed a knight. No. Certainly, fair AI. Cool. The return to the Order's keep was momentous. There, within the Great Hall, Sinopol revealed that they had contact with an entity very similar to the toxic god sought by the Order. However, much of the AI's memory was encrypted, and would require a lot of work before the Order could access it. Hang on. This event chain is because we're level 2 in the quest, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. As for Defectorich Bioleader, she not only put her life on the line by coming back, but also managed to bring back a tangible clue and save Squire Rancy Liverot. For this, the Lord Commander took the decision to lift the banishment and dubbed Defectorich Bioleader a knight again. We can either say Banish no more, rise a knight, and knights will produce 3 additional unity and the Lord Commander will produce 4 additional unity. Or we can say we will learn so much from Xenopol. Plus 2 additional research and plus 2 for the Lord Commander. So we are choosing here between getting more research or getting more unity. I feel like research is more important. If we get enough research from that, we might be able to avoid having some... Well, we might be able to avoid having some number of research worlds. That said, the unity would help us progress through that tree faster. Like, there's arguments either way, I feel like. Getting Ascension perks faster is always really, really good. We can always make research worlds. We can always make unity generating worlds. I think we're going to take the unity here, though, because that also allows us to run edicts a little bit more. At least later on. So we're going to take that. Cool. Interesting.
Engaging hostile fleet.
Okay, so we'll leave that be for now. The probe was destroyed basically instantly, and that's great.
Has been found.
We'll leave this anomaly be for now as well. We definitely want to head out and continue to survey out here. I did not append that. There we go. That's now appended. And we're building a starbase here, and we are building a research station over here. Cool.
Construction completed. Haste.
So I definitely want to continue reinforcing our fleets here. We don't know too much about these guys yet. They have strong encryption. And I want to bring the Corruptors down over to, like, Theron. We will get our mining and research stations built here. And we'll definitely try to grab our probe.
Construction completed.
Cool.
Haste.
And then we can come up over this way. It's not exactly the most efficient thing in the world. This path is not the most efficient, but that's okay. We're basically out of food, and we're going to need to buy in a little bit more. I have a feeling food will be a bit of a problem for us.
A system has been surveyed.
We'll see how that ends up going. But there's that probe back. Fantastic.
Completed.
And this science ship should come up over this way and recover this probe, and then head into Voom. Cool. And we're lacking influence to continue to claim down this way. That's fine for the moment. We will wait on that. We can have 68 naval cap. And a lot of that comes from our knights, which is kind of insane. Starbase upkeep reduced. Not bad. I want to get towards that pop growth speed, so we're going to make our way that way. We also got energy credit upgrades, and research station outputs are too good to pass up. Cool. We're going to be declaring on the Kelbrid grid soon, though, because for all we know, the Toxic God is right here, and we can't get there because these guys are in the way. So that's a problem. We're going to have to deal with that. I would like to get this construction going, and we can definitely do so. We can grab our research stations here, and then head up to Debi.
Construction completed.
There we go.
Haste.
Cool. And we need an engineering research. Let's see here. Minerals from jobs. Thank you very much.
Research log and annotated.
There's an additional probe finished up. How are we doing on filling out our jobs at this point? 5, 4, 1, 2. We still have a lot of job slots here. Population growth here, 23 months. That's not bad. 18 months. 12 months. 11 months. Okay, so we're definitely getting some reasonably fast pop growths. We want a gene clinic here. And that's the best we can do for now. We would love to max out our orders domains up here. What's the upkeep on that? Only 2 energy credits. Fascinating. We want to max this out as soon as we can. So we'll get that going, and eventually we'll swap our mutagenic spa, but we're going to need to get pop growth on here as quick as we can. So that'll be great.
A system has been surveyed.
The flying slime has finished up over here, and we can continue to head down over this direction for the moment. Cool. For these guys, we are, of course, heading out. Oh, go ahead and research that. That's fine. We're, of course, heading out over this direction. Cool. Okay. +3 engineering research. Always good. We've got a stranded scientist here. This is not a special toxic job here. One of 2 options will happen. Sure, she may join our cause. Why not? We're going to build our mining stations out here, and there's no mining stations to be built there, so we'll just go ahead and build our next starbase. Cool! Our research into technologies is furthered. That is a very, I guess it says physics technologies. That is a very vague tooltip. No doubt about that. That is a very vague tooltip.
Research complete.
Okay. Well, there's our defense grid supercomputer, and that's interesting. And automated exploration protocols. Sure. I guess that's what we get from it. Not too bad. Yeah, we're going to run out of food eventually.
The system has been surveyed.
We're well aware of this problem. This is going to be an agro world here, but for the moment... Well, actually, let's take a look at our jobs here. We're not prioritizing our farmers here.
Construction complete.
We should be doing that, for sure. Nano sand. Sure. We actually get 200 nanites out of that. Neat. And we'll grab our 3 energy credits up here, and we're definitely going to go grab Vum next. So we're officially out of food, and we need to buy in some food. There we go. That'll last us a while. Pop growth speed and starbase upkeep reduction. Obviously the pop growth speed for right now. Fantastic.
Maneuvers in progress.
Okay, so we found the Mu aliens. Okay. Well, we're not going that way. Let's come around and see if they're also up here. But this looks distinctly like marauders. We can definitely assign an envoy to work on that.
Construction completed.
But we'll see.
Hastily. Research complete.
Okay, so there's our terraforming done. We can grab more naval cap. I don't feel like that's necessary. Food from farmers is quite good here. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Research complete.
We could definitely use more food. Army damage and minerals. Exotic gases. We'll grab that. We do have exotic gases available.
A system has
So we can
been
start
surveyed.
working on that. That'll be great.
Invasive maneuvers in progress.
Okay. So we know that they are completely blocking us going this way. That's fine.
This situation has been cataloged.
And we will head out over here. So this is functionally a dead end for us at this point. Okay. And we can definitely grab our project here. Build our starbase in Vum.
Research complete.
And we have research station output up. That's always great. Planetary and starbase FTL inhibitors would be pretty good to have. We'll get that underway.
Construction completed.
Okay, encounter in Zeta Reticuli. That is up over here. Eta aliens. That's like curators or something. We'll get to that. Mining and research stations here. And in Lictabon, we will definitely build a starbase. As soon as we have the influence. There we go. I would like to continue reinforcing our fleets here. Encounter in Marinus as well. Aleph aliens. Those are over here. Okay. I don't really know what's going on over there.
Construction completed. Hastily.
But again, we will get back to that. Mining and research stations in Lictabot.
Anomaly has been found.
Disturbing. We must be watchful. Cool. So this Forge world now needs a job and housing. Obviously, industrial districts are super good for us to make. Now, industrial districts on a Forge world only produce alloys and not consumer goods. This is auto-designated and went to a Forge world. We're going to move that to an industrial world because we're also short on consumer goods. So we're going to get that going. We're going to go for military use here. Cool. Improved deflectors. 30% progress on that. Always good.
Has been found.
We are going to continue to reinforce our Corvette fleet here. We still need 719 alloys for that. Rare crystals have been found. Always good. And we're going to be hitting level 3 of our quest for the Toxic God relatively soon. We do... I think at this point we're going to have this guy auto-survey. Actually, let's just research projects in the system and then auto-survey.
A system has been surveyed.
And you can auto-survey now too. Cool. And we'll just proceed forward like that. We may actually want to get a third science ship. That does cost 100 alloys, so that we could be putting into our corruptor fleet.
Hastily.
We're out of consumer goods, and I was hoping that that wouldn't happen, but it did. So we'll not have that consumer goods shortage. Thank you very much. I was hoping that this industrial district would turn that one around. Sadly, it did not. We can reduce our starbase upkeep, though, and grab a second ascension perk here. Interstellar Dominion is not terrible. Out of curiosity, what CBs do we have here? Standard CBs. Okay, so we're going to need claims. Fascinating. Imperial Prerogative is perhaps not terrible, but I think that Interstellar Dominion is what we're going to take here. More efficient influence usage. I like it.
Research log annotated.
Cool. So there's all of our probes,
A system has been surveyed.
and that's great. Apparently we just surveyed Lambda Serpentis. Convenient. And at this point, we can actually go grab that. No real reason not to, in my opinion.
Malign forces have engaged our science ship.
Oh my. I have no idea where this is. The Niet system. A creature of legend swims langoriously between the gas giants dotting the Niet system. With tentacles longer than a Kingdom of Plumbium battleship, her gargantuan proportions defy all of our previous encounters with organic life. The creature's magnificent glowing hide stands out startlingly against the void of space. She appears to be quite old, remarkably so, a veritable ancient, covered end to end in battle scars and strange growths. A gigantic unexploded proton torpedo is lodged in the venerable matriarch's back, and the fractured remains of ships in the system speak to what manner of fate befell any vessels that strayed too close.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
Okay, so it was destroyed, but look at that system. So that's the Tianki matriarch. We're not going to get that anytime soon. We absolutely do need another science ship. Fiends to test our faith or proof of the divine. We're going to go with proof of the divine. Cool.
Construction completed. Hastily.
So we finished our construction up over here. We'll grab Nishpet. And we do have to wait a bit or buy alloys. I'm going to buy alloys here, and we're going to grab ourselves an additional science ship. Fantastic. We have our first our first contact event pending here. We'll attempt to contact them. They are marauders indeed. They are bugs. We're not going to be too concerned about them for now. But for the moment, they will be potentially problematic. We need more food, and we'll get that going for the moment.
Research complete.
Okay. Food from farmers is nice, Pop growth speed. Yes, please.
Construction completed. Haste.
Okay, we will grab ourselves our mining stations and then head down to Mura. We finished up this science ship, and we will recruit a new scientist. These are all pretty bad for a science ship scientist, but whatever. We are going to auto-survey. Cool. So that'll be fine.
Research
I'm
complete.
definitely still concerned about food and consumer goods. We need to work on that. Research station output would still be nice, but I think physics research from researchers is better
Research
here.
complete.
So that'll be good. Okay. Destroyers. Yes. Absolutely destroyers. That'll be great. We're definitely
Construction
quite
complete.
concerned about our economy at the moment. I'm going to build an additional agriculture district here and an additional industrial district here. And eventually, we will get people to man those. Eventually. For the time being, we're going to buy in 100 more food, and we're going to buy in 50 more consumer goods. That'll keep us afloat for a bit.
An anomaly has been found.
And we'll leave that be. Cool. So we're 513 strength right now. These guys are 560. We don't really know too much about the strength of these guys. We do know that we're going to attack them. The question is when.
An anomaly has been found. Construction completed.
Okay,
Haste.
let's go up and grab that exotic gas. Cool. And at this point, we can grab our mining station here. And we can come down and build the starbase in Marinius. That's a fantastic place to build one if we can get it. So how are we doing on our first contact? We're not doing one right now. We should be. Okay, let's go on that.
An anomaly
Cool.
has
Our
been
empire
found.
capital requires housing. And I'm going to get that with an industrial district here. Cool.
An anomaly has been found.
We'll go ahead and research that. That'll be fine. Our consumer goods are only at -2 now, and we're positive in our food at this moment.
A system
So that's
has been
great.
surveyed.
Primordial soup indeed. Okay. Let's have you start working on some of these anomalies. They may take a while, but we'll get started on them. We're only a level 2, but we'll get a lot of XP from this, in theory. So we'll just work on those, and we can always get ourselves yet another science ship, and that's what I'm going to do here.
Has been surveyed.
Cool. Fee aliens. That is a lot of aliens that we're running into. Good to know. Or is it Phi?
An
It's
anomaly
Greek, so it's
has
probably
been
Phi.
found.
Okay, so we'll continue our first contact here. We do have a new tradition available, and we have a new tradition tree to take. The question is, what do we go for? I think the answer is supremacy. Yeah, I think supremacy. I mean, adaptability wouldn't be bad for us, though. That would give us food as well as habitability, which habitability is a pretty big deal for us when our industrial districts, like, actually lower the habitability of the planet. Adaptability is probably the way to go, and then supremacy after that. Cool. So we'll go ahead and take that. That'll be fine.
This situation has been
Translating
found.
Alien Mural is available somewhere. Where is that available at? I don't actually know, but we need a leader here. And that is going to be archaeological speed. We'll go with this guy. Oh, we don't have the Unity, of course. We'll have to wait. Eat or be eaten, huh? Communications established with the Nuda Unity, the galaxy's most delicious aliens. Okay. They look awfully familiar. They look awfully familiar. Cool. Praise the divine for this meeting.
Construction completed.
Okay, we're gonna have this guy automatically survey for the time being. And we definitely need to come out here and grab star bases out on the fringes for the moment. That is our top priority. And that'll be just fine. First contact event is pending. We lose 2 insights. RIP. A fender bender, huh? Well, 3 engineering research from that. Cool. And we can also come over and translate this alien mural after we're done with that. Hey, 1 alloy there for free. That's not bad. Repulsive bugs, huh? Well, and so we shall. We shall deal with the new arthropoid threat.
Research complete.
Excellent. Okay, pop growth speed finishes up. Fleet command limit. We're not concerned about naval cap right now. Okay, we're going to continue to work on getting our corvettes built.
Construction completed. Hastily.
A new faction has been founded, and we have a new first contact.
To speak our language.
Curators! Nice. So the curators are the repulsive bugs. Not too bad. So we're going to work on the Aleph aliens next. And I want to talk to the curators. And I want aid in research. So we're going to need to sell off something to make this happen. We're going to go for minerals. There we go. And that will give us 10% increased research speed. Beautiful.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Okay. More encounters popping up. Well, that's fine for the moment. Our construction ship is out over here. There's nowhere that we have surveyed out this way. So we should come back and start working over in the resort area.
An anomaly has been found.
We'll leave that be for now. Cool.
Construction completed. Hastily.
And we'll grab Cowig. There we go.
The system has been surveyed.
Destroyers. Fantastic. Exploiting rare crystals as well is very, very good. We'll get that going. We have 2 right here after all. And we now need to come in and add in some destroyers. Now I'm just using auto best for right now. That'll be fine. 1226 alloys is what we need to get that done. Cool. So we'll continue to reinforce that. Ah, we've reached level 3 in our quest for the toxic god. Worry not, for I shall soon return, and if fate favors me, I shall bear with me fresh news of the deity. Tales tell of the knight Abscess Foulblood, who left the keep many years ago on a secretive mission never to return. Such was her prowess that many refused to believe she had perished, even though her return was long overdue. Among them was her partner, Knight Richard Blightwretch. There we go. Long did he search for clues as to Abscess Foulblood's destination. Finally, he discovered a dusty parchment in a hidden compartment of their quarters. Though the parchment was faded and crumpled, 2 words have been circled numerous times. Milvanus Cluster. The Knight Commander swiftly approved a quest to pursue this lead. May fortune favor thee, Richard. Excellent. So our first contact is proceeding. We're continuing to work at it, and we can actually get upgrades in our planetary administrations on our new colonies, so we absolutely get those going. Fantastic. We will continue to reinforce this fleet as soon as we can, but for now, of course, it was no easy feat for Knight Richard Blightwretch to locate the Milvanus cluster. Certainly it was not on any map known to the theocratic monarchy. The chronicles tell of how he traveled far and wide, until at last, he came across a people who recognized the name. Travel for 60 days rimwards of Altair, and there shalt thou found the Milvanus cluster, they spake. Little is known about the place, for no traveler has been there in living memory. It is said that the cluster is barren, and bereft of life. If thou goest there, then good fortune be upon thee, for we do not know what thou shalt find. And so Richard Blightwretch set off, post-haste, to Milvanus.
Construction completed.
Cool. So we will, of course, build our mining stations in Cowig.
A system has been surveyed.
Okay, so the Kelbrid grid declared war on us, citing conquering Alvira. So we can assume, because they declared war on us, that they likely are stronger than we are. But we can definitely pivot to a more military economy. And we'll head into Kelendine for the moment. I'm not going to attack them up here. That's 1 point okay. We can't really afford that. When Richard Blightwretch arrived in the Milvanus cluster, he found that it was indeed empty, and for the first time he felt despair. This had been a most promising lead, but now it seemed as if it had been all for naught. Then, as if emerging from a dream, sensors revealed a planet shrouded in darkness, its orbit entwined in the space betwixt the stars. Bestowing upon it the name Shadowed Princess, he laid in a course for it. The answers await. So we'll see where their fleet shows up and how strong they are. Oh my. Okay, arriving at Shadowed Princess, Richard Blightwretch found clear signs of the toxic god. Substances, alike to those left on Plumbia after the entity's passing, were here present in great quantities. Even better, a light spaceship was discovered almost intact, save for significant corrosion that had compromised its hull. However, elation quickly turned to sorrow, and Richard Blightwretch wept as he located a corroded Corellian skeleton nearby the craft. All that remained of Abscess Foulblood. The long sojourn in the darkness of space had caused the god's poison to react unexpectedly, concentrating to such a degree that it could only be handled with extreme caution. It was clear to Richard Blightwretch that the toxic god frequented the Milvanus cluster several centuries before it visited Plumbia. With no further clues as to the god's current location, Richard Blightwretch returned home. Samples of the deity's toxins retrieved by Richard Blightwretch greatly advanced the Order's knowledge of the entity's properties. For this, he was feted, and ever since, songs have been sung about his travels. So we can say he will be remembered forever, and they will generate more unity, or they'll generate more research, or Pool's Most Venomous, turning Plumbia into a really solid research planet with 10% more weapons damage for our Empire modifier. I feel like this is the way to go, especially since we're at war right now. So we need a war goal. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a claim. There we go. And now our war goal is going to be conquer claim. Fantastic. For the moment, we're going to pour all of our influence into claiming their territory. And we're going to also pour all of our alloys into our fleet. That's for sure. Price of alloys is pretty high right now. We saw a comment. Okay, so we see their fleet. They have a 782 fleet and a 412 fleet. That's definitely stronger than our fleet. Wait. Okay, there are two fleets here. They're just hidden. Okay. So our station here is only 154. Well, one fleet needs to be reinforced with 4 ships for 816. So next month's tick, we're going to get more destroyers. They're going to take some amount of damage from this Starfleet, or from the starbase. That said, 5% evasion and 20% sublight speed is quite good. We can grab that and try to head over here and beat them to being here. Our reinforcements are going to flow in. I don't think that we end up beating them, though. Not at this moment. We've poured a lot of resources into expansion rather than into our military force.
A system has been surveyed.
But we did arrive here. And our fleet strength here is currently...
Hostiles have targeted our station.
Okay, they went to Kelendine instead. That's okay. Physics research from researchers finishes up. We can grab hyperdrive 2. And for the moment, we're going to continue pumping out the destroyers. Our current fleet strength is 820. We see that they have another 93 here. That's not all that much. They definitely took damage here. That's for sure. Okay, they're heading off to Theron. That's okay.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
Yeah, that's fine.
Construction completed. Hastily, aliens have targeted our starbase.
Once again, they take damage. We're going to back off to Scorum for the moment. Our fleet command limit has improved. We can definitely grab society research from researchers. And we're also going to hop over to Plumbia here. We really can't switch over to more alloys, unfortunately. That's not a thing that we can do. However, our command limit here is now substantially higher. We can go up to 10 destroyers. In fact, we can go to like 13 and 24 corvettes. Yes, we can't really afford to get all that built, but that's fine. I'm thinking about swapping out our corvette design here, because we do have small deflectors on here, and putting in nanocomposite armors. So something kind of like this, so that we no longer have shields on it. There's nothing really else to put on right now, but other than that, that'll do. So we'll get those building, just that single destroyer. And we need time for our destroyers to make their way over here. So we're going to yield land for time, is the trade that we're going to make here. We have traditions available, and for the moment, we're absolutely going to grab supremacy. That will give us 20 naval cap, which isn't really what we need. But what we really want to get is master shipwrights and overwhelming force. Those will be very important to us as this war develops. We're yielding terrain right now, and this is reasonably okay. We have to keep trying over here. Cool. We'll definitely build our mining and research stations. Okay. Now, if they split up, then we have a good chance. But we're going to continue falling back here, actually. So I'm going to have this guy head up, like, over here. That'll be fine. We knew that they would probably be an issue. So this is okay. There's another destroyer being built. We only have one destroyer here right now. So they're at a strength of about 1,600. The Marauders want to take our minerals. Sure, they can do that. So here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to sell off some additional minerals. We're going to use those proceeds to buy in a few hundred alloys here. About like that. And then those alloys are going to immediately queue up a bunch of destroyers. Cool.
Evasive maneuvers in progress. Construction completed.
So they're going to continue attacking here. And we're going to continue to fall back for the moment.
A system has been surveyed.
What we need more than anything right now is to get these destroyers completed. Now we do have this trade hub here. I'm going to upgrade that to a shipyard. Cool. So these will arrive here reasonably swiftly. And they are definitely taking damage from attacking these bases. You can see here, they're at like half armor. And they have nothing but corvettes. They have 34 corvettes right now. Do we know what their evasive is? No, we don't. But that's okay. We're going to take the corruptors. Yeah, that would cost us 104. And we're not going to upgrade it. But we're going to take the corruptors back to Plumbum. We would like to make our stand here. If we can. Sure, on screen. Democratic Alliance. Cool. We share the same divine heritage, Neberites. Okay. So where are they going to go from Gorkoner? They're splitting up. Hang on a moment. They're splitting up. They're getting greedy. So we're going to go in and fight them. We do, at this point, need destroyer build cost and destroyer build speed. Fantastic. We are more powerful than them here, and we're better repaired, and they're fighting our starbase. So, they fell back. Now we're going to come in and attack this force. So in we come. We will continue to reinforce our fleet. Now they do take this over,
Engaging alien station.
but this is fine. Cool. So at this point, I want to get a science ship. Why are you here? Okay, we're going to take our corruptors. I don't want to rename them. We're going to take our corruptors and start taking back our territory. Cool. We are out of consumer goods, so we need to do something about that. We're negative on energy credits right now. We need to sell off exotic gases and minerals, and we need to buy in a few consumer goods. Okay, freeholders. Sure. So I want this guy to come up here and grab these rare crystals. We may as well. No point in not doing that. There we go. Now we have taken substantial damage here. We should probably, once we take Scoron back, we should probably consider repairing these forces. Can you cause supernovas in Stellaris? I don't think so. I don't think you can do that. Maybe. Okay, so we'll take this back. And now we should definitely go repair. There's no doubt about that. Communications have been established with these guys. Cool. The Natraxi Star Union closed their borders to us. Okay, we'll deal with them later, but that means they have to be destroyed. Excellent. So we need to get these repairs done. This meeting is surely a blessing. And we're just having a hard time filling all of these jobs that we had available. We definitely need to build an agriculture district here, and we definitely need to build an industrial district. That's very clear. We'll get those underway. And you need to come back and research up over here. Actually, research here and then up here.
Construction
there we go.
Completed.
Unexplainable rotations. Ooh. We'll try it again. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, so for supremacy, we're going to grab our ship fire rate here. That'll be our next goal. And our repairs are underway.
Construction completed.
Fantastic.
Hastily.
Okay. The beast is angry.
An anomaly has been found.
So, is that going to die to the station? It actually might. We'll see about it. But for now, we've finished up our repairs here. We need to worry about these guys, right? So we're going to head down there.
Jump catalog.
Physics and engineering research. Okay. So down we head, and we are, of course, going to continue reinforcing our fleets. We currently need 1,400 alloys to do that. We are out of consumer goods, which is never a good thing. We're working on dealing with that, in theory. I want to make sure that we are prioritizing our artificers. Okay. So that should help, in theory. We're out of consumer goods again already. Hilarious. We're going to sell off some minerals and use that to buy in 250 consumer goods. We're negative on our energy credits as well, but eventually we'll fix that. Eventually. We need to get rid of these jerk robots first, though.
Research
Cool.
complete.
So we'll take these stations, no problem for the moment. Hyperdrive 2 and transit hubs are great. We'll grab blue lasers. And this industrial world definitely needs another industrial district. Get that going. Okay, we can see that they have 2 fleets up here right now.
A system has been surveyed.
This fleet didn't repair. This one did. Okay. We're at about almost 2K for our fleet strength here. We can probably beat them. So we're going to head on up there. The Neberites have laid claim to our system. How rude. That's these guys. They are hostile and belligerent to us. Everybody hates us. That's rude. Very rude indeed. These guys rivaled us. Well, we're definitely going to have to work on our industrial base. There's no doubt about that. We'll build a mining station here, and this science ship can go ahead and research those anomalies. So we'll be arriving up over here. They are fighting our station, which will keep them occupied and do some damage to them.
A system has been
There we go.
surveyed.
We found some dark matter. Now we definitely need to go repair. And we'll continue to reinforce our fleets. Okay, we finished our society research here. We will go for... Naval cap from soldier jobs is interesting, but I think we'll go for off-world trading companies here.
Construction completed.
Okay. So this guy's just chilling here. That's fine. We'll come back to that. We need to get our repairs done. That is top priority right now. We need another 1,300 alloys to get our fleets repaired, or to get our fleets fully built. This single fleet. So that's certainly exciting. Certainly exciting. We share the same divine heritage. Okay. I didn't mean to upgrade them. We're not going to do that. We're going to head back over this way and continue to reinforce.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Embassy. Yes. Absolutely. Destroyer build cost, destroyer build speed. Always good. And destroyer hull points as well. We will happily accept that. Now, Plumbia needs an industrial district. We need a job and housing here. Non-aggression pact with the Kroll. That will cost influence, but for the moment, that's okay. Looks good to me. Special project in Limbo. Sure. We'll go ahead and research that. May as well.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Commercial pact. This isn't saying how much it will actually increase it by. Interesting. It might be because we don't have the intel. Maybe. We accept, though, because our energy credits are grim. Now they're no longer anywhere near as grim. So that's actually very good for us. So we did find a friend.
Research logged and annotated.
We will definitely download their neural patterns for safekeeping. Cool. So we're continuing to reinforce our fleet here. We need about 1,000 more alloys to get that done.
Research complete.
And we're going to take back our original locations. We can definitely grab, at this point, master shipwrights, which is very good for us. Blue lasers have finished. Ooh, hyper relays. Early on like this, I like it. That's absolutely great. So future corvettes should definitely be built with blue lasers now. And destroyers should be as well. They're set to auto-upgrade. This is fine for the moment.
Outsiders heading this way. No
Okay, we see their fleet there. It's completely okay. An automated dreadnought, huh? In the rule system. Well, we shouldn't go there. That's for sure.
Outsiders heading this way. No cause for alarm.
So they're split up right now. We're going to head in and take back this system. Cool. There we go. And we're going to come over and take back this system as well. Now they're going to group up here. And we'll see what they plan to do. They're actually going to push up this direction. I'm okay with that for the moment. We're going to grab edicts fund. Actually, planetary capitals. We're going to grab planetary capitals.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention. Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Research agreement. That's probably okay. Migration treaty. Sure. I don't know why they like us. We're pretty disgusting, apparently. But that's fine. We're going to need to come up and stop them from attacking us, of course. So we will take on this station. Cool. We do want the curators. We're out of energy credits, which is problematic for sure, but we'll be able to get a decent amount of energy credits. There we go. Cool. And we're going to just chase these guys up this direction at this point. I don't know what they're planning to attack next, but they can't actually fight us. Like, that's not gonna... They split up again. Interesting. They're offering us peace. We decline. We're currently not interested in peace. Cool. So they came back with one of their fleets here. That fleet will get immediately destroyed. The other one of their fleets attacked our capital. And they're going to take that starbase for now. They're very low on their
Research
damage
complete.
output there, as well as on their health. Our armor is also pretty low. But we're going to head on up. And we're going to intercept them here, I think.
Engaging hostile
Yes,
fleet.
we do indeed. And we take back our starbase. Fantastic. We'll enter orbit here and repair. And continue to reinforce our fleet. So I want this science ship to research projects down this direction. We currently have all of our locations. So that's great. Our repairs will finish up.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Yeah, they're trying to make peace right now. I, at the very least, want to take Zaffa here. So I want to make a claim on these guys. In fact, I want to make a bunch of claims. We're close to our cap. So we're going to make all the claims that we can. And we're going to head down and take Zaffa. Cool. We need an engineering research. I'm going to go for coil guns. Fantastic. And we need a new tradition here. So at this point, I'm thinking that we're going to increase our habitability by 10%. There we go. Energy credits could become a problem here. We only need 99 more alloys to get our fleet maxed out, though. Not our overall naval cap, but just this fleet. Welcome aboard, Admiral. So we've got this gutted navy here. Okay, that's these guys. Sure, no problem. So we're going to head on in here. And we're going to be forced to make peace eventually. Yeah, eventually. We definitely need to sell off some food here to keep ourselves afloat in energy credits. But for the time being, this'll do. A group of knights just came back from a long quest. Yeah, we've seen this one before, so we gained some society research from that. Fantastic. Coil guns are done. We share the same heritage, and we're going to go for engineering research. Fantastic.
Research complete.
Planetary Capital and Hall of Judgment, sure. Cyto revitalization centers would not be bad. We can upgrade our Planetary Capital. We'll definitely do so. And this agri-world requires jobs. We'll put in another agriculture district. And that looks great. So we'll hit Zaffa here in just a moment. In we go. So at this point, at the very least, we get a system out of this war.
Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
Cool. They're going to fight us here. They're also going to lose. There we go. And we'll enter orbit here. We now can do repairs at the front, which is huge. So we're going to get these repairs going. And then we're going to go ahead and, at this point, I think we may as well put peace in. We get this system, and that's it. But we're not going to get anything else. We're going to be forced to make peace any moment now. So we may as well do a status quo settle. There's no point in doing any additional fighting. The war is over. We got Zaffa out of it. And that's great. We're definitely going to attack the Kelbrid again later on. There's no doubt about that. But from here, we can start working again on expansion. So that'll be fine. We can bring these guys up to attack
Someone
this
else
alien
is trying
vessel.
to attract your attention.
These guys want a defensive pact. We agree. Cool. The Shroud, huh? The Shroud can reveal many secrets to thee, if thou art willing to pay the price. In the year of 2239, so the chronicles state, a holy visitor came to Fever Realm. A figure shrouded in mystery, of a species hitherto unknown to us. He called himself simply Hod, and offered us a bargain. In return for a price yet to be named, he would send a knight into the Shroud. From an entity within, the knight would at last glean the knowledge we sought. How intriguing. What possibly could be the harm in this? Well, we'll find out. We're now at level 4. To delve into the mysteries of the Shroud, the Grand Master nominated Knight Festurus Festerflesh. With the Holy Visitor's guidance, he entered the unknown. Visions previously unimaginable flitted across his consciousness before an entity appeared. The Susurrus of Secrets, the Visitor whispered. This being took a form Festurus Festerflesh could later only describe as beauty beyond compare. I mean, with a name like Festurus Festerflesh, I assume that he is very well versed in beauty. Give us a scent of the first day of summer, the satisfaction of a challenge overcome, and the warmth of a lover's embrace, it spake. Then shall I reveal to thee what thou wish. Okay, sure. Festurus Festerflesh felt new memories entering his mind. Suddenly they, and indeed all Corellians, could perfectly recall the very moment the toxic god unleashed its gift upon Plumbia, even though it lay centuries in the past. As one, the entire populace of the kingdom of Plumbum felt a profound yet intangible sense of loss sweep over them. Formerly pleasant sensations were dulled. Apathy spread like wildfire, and afterwards, it was hard to dredge up motivation for even the simplest of tasks. Despite this, the Order thanked Todd and praised Festurus Festerflesh for successfully bringing back new memories from the Shroud. Interesting. This will drive new recruits to the Knightly Order. One further knight job, but low motivation for 10 years. Or we can build a monument. Honestly, I think the knight job is the way to go. There we go. Cool. So there's a worker unemployment here. Who is this? Oh, it's an enslaved Krull. Okay, we're enslaving the guys that are migrating to our planet from the Krull? That's interesting. We should maybe not be doing that. Let's go into our policies here. And we're going to switch to prohibiting slavery. There we go. As far as the Krull go, let's go into our species here. As far as the Krull go, we don't have a problem with them. They're not impeding our search for the toxic god. So they get full citizenship. Cool.
Research complete.
Now these robots, on the other hand, we've got a problem with them. Hyper relays are now done. That's really good for us. We can grab improved deflectors next. And we definitely want to come up over here and build a starbase. Cool. And this science chip is... Can we automatically have it go around and research anomalies? I don't think so. I think we have to manually queue these up. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll research all of these anomalies. Research this project and these anomalies over here. Fantastic. We should also definitely colonize this planet. This would be the Krull that would colonize this. Are these the Krull out over here? No, these are the Neberite. Okay, we should absolutely upgrade this starbase. The Kelbrid Grid, the guys we just defeated, just pledged secret fealty to us. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. They're still belligerent to us. But sure. If that's what they want to do, I guess. I'm going to send this science chip over to excavate this research site. There we go. And the Kelbrid also rivaled us. They rivaled us, but declared
Someone
secret
else is
fealty.
trying to attract your attention.
Okay. That's weird. The Foxes want an embassy. Sure. That is allowed.
Someone else is trying to
Okay, so this
attract your
agro
attention.
world definitely needs a district. There we go. Non-aggression pact with the Foxes, huh? I'm actually going to decline that because I don't want to spend the influence on it. We're going to need that influence. Our Empire capital, we should start clearing these tile blockers eventually, but we're not doing so well on the old energy credits front, so we may want to just build a generator district here. We'll get that underway. Cool. And on this industrial world, another industrial district would not go amiss. Singing Planet. Okay, sure. And that's over here. To grab that Unity? How do we actually grab the Unity there? Singing Planet is new, isn't it? Build a research station in orbit to acquire it. But apparently we can't go here?
Construction completed. Hastily.
I'm confused. Oh, we can't get there because of the Sigma aliens. Duh. I'm dumb. That's okay. We are going to continue to automatic survey over here, and we're negative in our consumer goods and we're out of energy credits for right now. We'll sell off exotic gases to keep our energy credits afloat, and let's grab our monthly food output here. Actually, hang on. Building slot and resettlement cost? Yeah, we'll take the food. Cool. Okay. Praise the Divine for this meeting, but what just happened? The Kilbert broke their secret fealty, but... Oh, we took out the crystalline entity. No problem.
Research complete.
Cool. So we will head back to our capital for the moment and continue to reinforce our fleet. Improved deflectors has finished up. Next up, we're going to grab UV lasers. Cool. And we definitely want to colonize this once we can. So we'll build a starbase over here, and those rocks also mean that we can colonize this desert world. We're lacking consumer goods for that, so we'll have to make some consumer goods here. There, we bought in 1,000, and we'll get the Kroll going out here. And I believe the Kroll can also potentially colonize, well, yeah, there's this one here. So we'll definitely grab that, and the Kroll can colonize over here as well. We're lacking alloys for that. For the moment, that's fine. Okay. Sounds good. Purple Rain. Plus 10% happiness. I like it.
Research complete.
Okay, so there's more engineering research finishing up. We'll grab cruisers next. Beautiful. So these guys are truced to us for a while. Our fleet is 2718 in strength. That's not too bad. A galactic community. We have no time for that nonsense. Galactic communities will not help us find the toxic god. So we're not going to do that. Okay. Ship designer here. I want to just double check. Yeah, coil guns. There we go. Level 2 hyperdrives as well. Fantastic. And then as far as the destroyers go, this should already be auto-upgraded. And it is. So we'll want to get these upgraded, and that will eat up all of our alloys for a while. No doubt about that. I want to get this construction ship out constructing, and we'll build that in Maz as soon as we can. But that will require alloys, which we won't have for a bit. Set of revitalization centers. Hello, psionic theory. You know what? Let's do it. Cool. Psionics are really powerful, so we may as well. We have kind of an awkward empire here, no doubt about that. Let's take a look at the Natraxi here. We know basically nothing about them. We still have some first contacts we could be working on, so we'll work on those. Okay. 42 years and 3 days. It's a bomb. Destroy it. What could possibly go wrong? Target practice. Okay, afterburners. Or +3 alloys. We're going to take the alloys. We'll get thrusters eventually. The alloys will pay off more in the long run. That's out over here. Okay.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Cool. So we need alloys, as many as we can get. The price on them is still quite high. We'll build our mining stations here.
Our colonists have reached their destination.
The birth of the galactic community. Yeah, that's fine. We're not going to be part of the galactic community for the moment. So we do need to collect our trade value over here, that's for sure. More than anything, we need alloys. We just need a lot of alloys. So I'm going to sell off some food here, and I'm going to buy in 125 alloys. We're going to then upgrade our starport here. Never mind, I didn't buy enough, and it immediately went into our upgrade. Fair enough. That should be basically done. Okay, we're capped on influence, and I really don't like being capped on influence. But we can grab that. There we go.
Our ships have been made.
Okay, our ships are now upgraded. There's an encounter in Zeta Reticuli. And we definitely need to get a bunch of alloys here. So step one, we need to get a starport here, because we need to get trade online. That will help our economy dramatically. There we go. The Neberite Democratic Alliance closed their borders to us. That, of course, means that we're going to have to kill them because they are obstructing our hunt for our toxic god. We can mount a graveyard expedition, and we may as well. Where are you? Go ahead and do that right now. Cool. Fantastic. So we're going to get this upgrade done eventually. And this construction ship here can make its way out over towards, like, Brune's Singularity. We finished up our construction in Maz. So we'll do that, and then we'll head over to Cervantes, unless... no, this should be fine.
Research complete.
Cool. UV lasers. So next up, we're going to go for, I think, research alternatives here, given those options. And we will think about upgrading to UV lasers, although I'm probably not going to upgrade our ships right now, because we do have a pretty big alloy deficit at the moment, and I would like to work our way through that. Cool. Our fortress station here has a job with no valid auto-migration location, which does mean that we should put up an industrial district here. There we go.
Research logged and annotated.
Cool.
Aliens have learned to speak our language.
Okay, and we can continue to do first contacts here. There we go. And let's grab a free building slot. Cool. So our fortress station now has a building slot. We're having a pretty big consumer goods issue, so we're going to put in a civilian industry here. There we go. So we're going to have this station done upgrading now. We're going to immediately put in a pair of trade hubs and an off-world trading company. There we go. So that's going to grab the trade in this area, and will help our economy dramatically.
A system has been surveyed.
And I also want to build a defensive station out over here. That is of a pretty top priority.
Construction completed.
Horror in the void, huh? Okay. We're discovering a lot of very horrible things out over this direction. We've got the Tianki Matriarch, we've got the Automated Dreadnought, and the Dimensional Horror all out over here. That's exciting stuff, for sure. And that does, of course, mean that we're going to need another science ship here. New friends bring one closer to divinity, indeed. Cool. So we need a society researcher. None of these are great. We'll go for eager, but they're all pretty bad. Our Empire capital now needs a job as well, a specialist job. Okay. Easy enough. We're going to put in an industrial district here. Cool. So they're grabbing Hiram. That's okay.
One more place to live out.
For the moment, we are going to build a bastion up over here. As soon as the month tick happens... Oh, we need one more month tick. That's unfortunate. Sad. There we go. So that's fine.
Construction completed.
And we got the Brune Singularity. We'll head out over to Delta Pavonis. Unfortunately, we don't get Lelea just yet. We will, though. We definitely will. So for now, we're going to sell off additional exotic gases as well as some minerals in order to purchase the curator service. Cool. Okay, so we're only entering orbit here. We're not actually building. So let's get that building going. And we're going to need to build a starbase over here as well.
Research logged and annotated.
Cool. So our archaeological site is continuing to go. We're just trying to cruise forward here as quickly as we can.
Speak our language.
Excellent.
Construction completed.
I would like to get these guys upgraded, but building in Delta Pavonis is the higher priority at the moment. And I do want to get this science ship going. Mindful, huh? Sure. And let's have you go auto-survey. Cool. It took it directly to where we wanted to go. Cruisers have been unlocked. We can grab flak cannons, and I do want to swap our corvettes over to being picket ships. So we're going to run flak batteries for the moment, and then we're going to run coil guns and UV lasers, as well as fully nanocomposite armor. And we don't really need the reactor booster, but we may as well. So we'll save that, and that will eventually need to be upgraded. It'll be somewhat expensive. And for the moment, we may not actually do it. Okay. There's nothing really to be done on Fever Realm for the moment. Fungal emitters? Oh my. That's a big chunk of Unity. We'll try to identify the signal destination.
The situation has been cataloged.
Okay. We need a science ship here working on that. And we'll do that immediately. Cool. So I would like to make some claims over on these guys. There we go. Fantastic.
Construction completed.
So this bastion needs a gun battery, missile battery, and a disruption field generator. Same thing up over here. Gun, and we need alloys. Well, hello. Praise the divine for this meeting.
Construction completed. Hastily.
There we go. We need a missile battery here and a disruption field generator, which we'll get on the next month tick. Cool. So that's underway. We will grab the research stations in Delta Pavonis, and then I would love to build our starbase in Adar. So we'll get that going. And we'll continue to survey out over here. We may have this all on lockdown. I don't think so. I think there's probably a connection here. But it's a possibility. We'll see. For the moment, I think we're to grab the Fleet Academy. That'll be nice. Okay. The Fungal Trail. Let's go ahead and take a look at what that ends up looking like. Oh. That's going to take a bit for us to get there. The Natraxi are a bunch of jerks, after all. So that'll take time. And this construction ship can come back over here and build a research station. That'll be fine. Next up, we also want to build a starport here.
Construction completed. Hastily.
So we'll get that started, and that will help us defend over this way. Ooh, observe a moon impact. Where's that? Do it now.
Research complete.
So this colony requires jobs. We're going to immediately put in a mutagenic spa. I'm sure that the rocks will love that. We're also going to put in a gene clinic and a city district, just to get that off the ground. We share the same divine heritage, so we definitely need to continue to colonize. And we will have the Kroll come out and colonize Marinius Prime. Next up, I think we'll grab barrier point defense. Cool. We need to colonize on Cervantes as well as on Rovanic. That will all be necessary.
Research log.
And this construction ship here can build mining and research stations up here. 2 additional max mining districts. Probe deeper. What is there? We'll find out. Yeah, there's max generator districts here right now. Deep veins, huh? Plus 4 mining districts, or we could try to push our luck even further. We will need 1,500 energy credits to make that happen. Let's see.
Construction
Let's see what happens there. In Delta Pavonis, we are going to need to build modules, but I do want to get these colonizations going as soon as possible. So we'll get those underway, and we can definitely grab our survival of the fittest, I guess. We definitely need to grab our finishing effect here. But that'll be fine. We're already colonizing here, correct? Actually, we're not. And I know we're colonizing here. Yeah. Cool. So in Delta Pavonis, we're definitely going to grab dig deep, find Balrog. Yeah, absolutely. Too little, too deep. Okay, so it backed us off, and we only get 2 mining districts as opposed to the 4 we would have. That's unfortunate, but we didn't find a Balrog. We delved too greedily and too deeply, but we did not awaken something that should have best left forgotten. Unfortunate. Gun battery, missile battery, and disruption field generator here once the month tick happens.
This situation has been
we should definitely look into this. Is this the people that want relocation from the gas giant? Probably. Let's see what we've got there. And we need our disruption field generator here. Next, I kind of want to get these upgraded. Hey, a toxic terraforming candidate. We might end up taking that.
Construction completed.
That ascension perk. It is a new one, so it's not the worst thing. Okay, we did lose our engineering scientist. This guy's got a custom AI assistant, so we'll bring that guy. Cool. Our agri-world requires jobs. Easy enough. Our Empire capital also requires jobs. I'm going to put in alloy foundries here.
Construction completed. Hastily.
We definitely want more alloys. There's no doubt about that. And at this point, this construction ship can come down here and build that, and then we'll probably come take this. Now, these space amoebas could be cleared out. We definitely want a science ship in this area, but there is one over here. So let's head on over and clear out these space amoebas and start seeing what's over on this side.
Research logged and annotated.
Cool. Gas giant transmission. It would be too much of a hassle. We're not going to help them relocate. That will not help us find the toxic god. Perfect.
Research complete.
Okay, so we have no orders here. We may as well start excavating over this way. And let's build our starbase over here.
Has been surveyed.
So we know that all of this is not necessarily connected. Afterburners. Afterburners are really good for our corvettes. So we'll definitely take that. And our fleet logistics office finishes up as well. And our fleet academy. So I think we'll go for food processing facilities. That will be fine. And in our starbase here, we will swap our crew quarters over to a fleet academy. We'll build the crew quarters back again later, but for now this'll do. Cool. So we're going to want to fight these guys soon enough.
An anomaly has been found.
But I definitely want to expand out over this way first.
Construction completed.
Okay, we can now see that we need to rush down this way to get it on lockdown. So I'm going to take this off of automatic science surveying, and we're going to head down this direction instead. Cool. The Krull broke their defensive pact with us. That's okay. I'm not too concerned about that. We're going to head in and kill these space amoebas.
Construction completed. Hastily.
And that'll be
Construction
absolutely
completed. Hastily.
The Krull declared war on the Kelbrid. Interesting. So these are the Krull up here, of course. But we're not too concerned about that right now. We're going to take out these space amoebas, and we are going to research the projects, and from here we can just automatic survey. That's probably fine. And we definitely want to come back and start upgrading. Fantastic.
Research complete.
So our construction ship here will build its mining stations, and we'll head out to Palomar. Cool.
Research complete.
So we finished up our barrier point defense, as well as our... What is our other society research that we finished? Food processing. Okay, sure. We're going to go with, I think, disruptors here for now. And then we can grab food from farmers. That's not a bad thing to take. Cool. Oh, hello. We reached level 5 in our quest for the toxic god. One day, a stranger arrived at the keep. As a tournament of squires was being held, most of the Order's knights were present. Clad in a neutronium armor, the stranger strode it into the combat grounds. The joyful chatter of the ground died down as the newcomer drew its weapons. The challenge was clear, and with the blessing of the Lord Commander Rancy Liverot, Knight... I'm not going to try that one, I think. Well... Exachiel? Yeah, sure. We'll just call him Slug Slurper, because he is Slug Slurper. Answered the call. Within moments, the fight was over, and Slug Slurper lay bested on the ground. Knight Rancy Pusip met a similar fate, as did his sibling, Knight Kokis. With the 3 knights downed, the Lord Commander summoned the Order's champion, Knight Hemorrhaginous Baboos. The chronicles are full of mighty warriors, peerless knights who have never known defeat, and Hemorrhaginous was well on her way to join the rank of these legends. The champion entered the arena, weapons at the ready, and saluted her opponent. Don't fail us, Hemorrhaginous Baboos. Fantastic. We colonized this planet, right? Yes, we did. Cool. Many a ballad would be written of the duel between Hemorrhaginous Baboos and the Sable Knight. For hours they fought, the challenger unable to trump Hemorrhaginous's guard, the knight unable to pierce the advanced armor of her adversary. Thou art of passing skill. The stranger's voice echoed in the arena. I see thy reputation is no boast. He laid down his weapons. I yield to thee, champion. Wouldst thou allow me to return from whence I came? The Order's code was strict, and that question had but one answer. So the Sable Knight, named after the color of his neutronium armor, departed aboard a small ship of alien design, and flew into a tiny, unstable wormhole at the periphery of the system. Lord Commander Rancy Liverot expressly forbade anyone from following, and sent Hemorrhaginous to monitor the unstable wormhole until a science team could be dispatched. Not long after, the champion was confronted at her post by the knights Slug Slurper, Rancy Pusip, and Kokis Slug Slurper. They asked to be let through so they could face the Sable Knight again. Give us a chance to restore our honor. Thou hast never known the bitterness of defeat. Its foul taste is best washed out in blood. So we can either say, duty is all, thou shalt not pass, or honor is all, our business with the stranger is not yet over. And we're going to go with that. Our business with the stranger is not yet over.
Hastily. Research complete.
Cool. As the knight's ship entered, the unstable wormhole swirled and grew large. The crossing was tumultuous, and within their vessels, the party was tossed about like leaves in a furious torrent. Colliding, 2 of the ships suffered critical damage, but soon it was over, and the knights found themselves bathed in the light of unfamiliar stars. They arrived in front of a station where the stranger's ship was docked. The lavishly decorated hallways were empty and quiet. The walls were covered in exotic weapons, alien armor, foreign shields, and hollow banners, trophies not unlike those adorning the Order's keep. A heavy layer of dust made it easy to follow the tracks of the stranger. They led the knights to a massive door. I wanted to say modern, I don't know why, but a massive door, beyond which lay the station's great hall. The place has been set for a sumptuous banquet. But now, only the detritus of the feast remained. The seated guests were silent and unmoving. The tracks led to the place of honor, where the stranger was seated. Their helmet lay open, revealing a bleached skull. In their skeletal hand was an empty tankard, lifted in an eternal toast. So we can recover and study the neutronium armor, adding pestilential wasteland to Plumbia, giving us +1 districts and 5% resources from jobs, or we could just leave, because it's unchivalrous. Who knows what manner of curse lingers on this place? And that's what we're going to do. That seems the most thematic one. We're just going to leave. Cool.
Jump cataloged.
I don't know if it's over or not, but we'll see. That might have been the end. Let's see here. Ceramo metal armor would be good. We'll take that. Cool. So we can definitely get more ships in here. We can go to like 15 and 30. Seems good to me. We'll eventually need to get cruisers, of course. And we should probably back off on this. And add in cruisers. So we can go to like 2 cruisers and 14 destroyers. Sure, that'll work. We can actually get all of that building right now. Fantastic. So that'll get done soon enough. And I guess we'll see if that event chain is going to continue. Okay, we're going to head over to Palomar. At this point, we need alloys more than anything. Alloys are our primary limiting factor at this moment. The Natraxi rivaled us, and we're going to rival them right on back. Actually, we already have. Cool.
Construction completed.
So that's absolutely fine. We will grab all of our mining and research stations over here.
This situation has been cataloged.
And build our starbase in Polymar. Fantastic. That seems to be the end of the level 5 portion. Huh.
An anomaly has been found.
Interesting.
Our colonists have reached their destination.
Very interesting indeed. Well, we'll go ahead and build that. We found a barren planet, and we'll head on down.
Our ships have been
Now they have a
ready.
construction ship here. It
Yes,
doesn't
off.
matter if they get that before we do. Although they're actually heading up to Polymar. And then to Matsonia. Where are they going?
A system has
Cervantes?
been surveyed.
I'm not sure where that construction ship is going. I guess we'll find out eventually, but we can come over this direction and research that project and then excavate this site. So that'll be fine. And we are, of course, continuing to auto-survey out over
One
here.
more place to live out your pitiful lives.
Pitiful lives indeed. We're going to then head down over this way. Cool. So where are you going, construction ship? I have no idea where that construction ship thinks they're going. But okay.
An anomaly has been found.
So we have a new tradition available, and we're going to finish off adaptability. We could now become the crisis if we wanted to. I don't think we need to do that. Galactic force projection wouldn't be a bad thing. We would be primarily lacking economy at this point. But we could definitely do that. So we would need to create a couple more fleets here. We'd be able to support 3 fleets with 2 cruisers and 14 destroyers, and the rest in corvettes each. Something like this. Now, I'm not going to actually do that right now, but that would be what we'd be able to support. Cool. We'll go ahead and upgrade our fleet here. We'll get that done soon enough. They're currently at 4471 in fleet strength, which isn't too bad. And we're definitely going to attack the grid soon again. Our truce is over.
Less awful.
We could also attack the Nitroxy. We don't know much about them. The grid is a lot safer for us to attack. We found a bowel colony. Sure. May as well excavate that and then come down here. No point in not doing that, in my opinion. Okay. So we got Graken, and from here we'll head up to Elthene. But we almost have all of our systems claimed that we can, other than, like, down this way. And we'll see what the options are down there.
Research complete.
But very soon now, we're going to be able to really start going after clearing out some of these people over here, right? That's going to be a pretty big deal. I'm going to queue up here a single extra cruiser, and that will be the basis of a new fleet.
A system has been surveyed.
Sure, go ahead and research that. That'll be fine.
Research complete.
Food from farmers. Always good. We could grab more naval cap, but I really don't feel like we need that. At this point, I think System Capital Complex would be the way to go. Cool. Okay, we'll grab Elthene here. And our industrial world here definitely needs an industrial district. That's obviously going to happen. And I'm going to clear the tile blockers off of our capital world at this point. And we need a physics researcher. I'm going to go for the maniacal guy. Cool. So that'll be fine. We found another toxic terraforming candidate. Again, taking detox might not be a bad idea.
Hastily.
Cool.
A system has been surveyed.
So all we've got now is to survey this one up here, and then come down over this way.
Colony established. One more place to live out your pitiful lives.
Pitiful lives indeed.
Has been surveyed.
Okay, so I would like to think about upgrading these. We don't, of course, have the Starhold technology, but Graken definitely needs to be upgraded. The unfortunate thing here, of course, is that's going to put us above our starbase cap, but it shouldn't be too bad. It'll be a 25% increase in the... Oh, there's more space amoebas down here. I'm not shocked about that, but it definitely exists. We're going to bring our corruptors down to clear those out.
Research complete.
And where is that cruiser done? Or where is that cruiser at? Oh, it got added into the corruptors. I didn't actually want it to be added to the corruptors. No, hang on. Up to 38? Okay. Let's take this down to 30 and add in 2 additional cruisers. There we go. For some reason, we didn't have that maxed out. Okay. We'll get that underway. That's fine. We're going to need to address our corvettes eventually. And in fact, all of our ships are going to need some tweaks done soon. But that's okay. Not too concerned about that. Yes, we want to continue our curator deal. And this science ship is not currently doing anything. We will have it auto-survey down this direction. Oh. That's wacky. This is not actually on this hyperspace lane. I assumed that it was because of the way that the camera was situated. Sure. Yeah, we're going to gain a bunch of unity in exchange for a tiny amount of resources. I'm okay with that. Sounds good to me. Now we're going to need to start building our hyper relays soon.
Construction completed.
That's definitely something we're going to want. Gun battery, missile battery, and disruption field generator. Consider that all done. Cool. Archaeological site completed.
The situation has been cataloged.
Always
the
good.
System has been surveyed. Research complete.
Okay, so our Corvette hull points are now done. We're going to grab... It's hard to choose here. Additional Corvette hull points, I think, but it doesn't... That's a hard choice. I'll put it that way. That's a hard choice. Okay, Titanic Life. Yes, go ahead and study that. And we're going to head down and attack these lads. Cool. There we go. And we will go repair at this point. But we want to stay in this vague area in case there are more space amoebas. There probably are. Cool. Investigate gigantic skeleton, huh? We should definitely do that. We'll research that now. And there we go. Cool. So we've just about got our expansion done for the moment. We're going to grab our ship upkeep and naval cap upgrades. Very solid. Very, very solid. We do need to get built. We need to get that built. But we're going to be doing very well very, very soon.
Construction completed.
We'll continue to reinforce our fleet here. That's now at full strength.
Construction completed.
And we'll build our mining stations and head on down to Figazar. Cool.
Research complete.
Only a couple more locations to build up over here. Fossils discovered on Cervantes Prime. Okay. And let's grab, I think, for now, energy credits from technicians. May as well research the archaeological site and then investigate the former Bowel colony.
The system has been surveyed.
This does connect up. I'm surprised they haven't settled this. That strikes me as strange. And I want to get another cruiser building here. That would be the basis of our next fleet, which we'll get going soon enough. Okay. So we're going to finish up our construction here quite soon.
Construction completed.
There we go.
Hastily.
And we definitely want to get our colony going here. And then we'll head up over to Timor.
And annotate it.
Cool. So our overall fleet strength is pushing up into 6K. That's great. We're full on food, so we're going to sell some of that off.
An anomaly
And
has been
I'd like to buy in a few extra alloys, because we're going to need them. I want to... These are the buzzing bilge bearers. I like it. We're going to add in these. We're going to go to exactly the same. So it was 5, 15, and 30. There we go. So we know we need like 7,000 to get that ready to go. We'll get that started. Okay, we finished an archaeological site. Always good.
Research log and annotated.
And we've got another archaeological site. So we'll look into that. Cool. We've seen these archaeological sites plenty of times before, so we're not too interested in that. That's not a new thing.
A system.
How are we doing on our quest? We're about 2/3 of the way through 5. Good. This fortress station is awkward. We need these jobs to demote. Okay, this is a forge world, but I think it should really be a mining world. Absolutely. So we're absolutely going to swap that over to be a mining world. Where is it? Am I blind? There it is. Cool. And we'll build a mining district there. On this colony here, we absolutely need our growth, our population growth here. So we're going to put in our mutagenic spas, as well as our gene clinics. And our city district. Cool. This colony, same thing. Gene clinic, mutagenic spa, city district. And same with this one. That's our start for all of our colonies. So mutagenic spa, gene clinic, and city district. Beautiful. So we'll get those underway. They'll finish up soon enough.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
Okay, we had an encounter with some people down over here. We don't know anything about them except that I think... mining drones. Okay. We'll assign an envoy to that, and we will get these corruptors on their way over to clear those out. Fantastic. So we need another roughly 6,000 alloys here. Are you doing anything? No, you're not. Let's have you automatic survey. Actually, yeah, this is fine. I'm actually going to have you research the anomalies here. Cool. Okay. So that's all well and good. We're going to very, very quickly here. We'll take the science. We don't really need additional food right now.
Research complete.
Got an archaeological site over here. Cool. Basic combat rolls. And let's grab Durasteel armor. Level 4 armor. Wow. That's progressed quickly. I like it. So we will continue to reinforce this fleet here. We do still need quite a lot more, but that's fine for the moment. Our economy is well and truly under control. We just need to improve our alloy generation at this point. That is our primary goal. This is some really good stuff in Secunda Hiatum, I guess it is.
Surveyed.
So we're going to grab our mining stations here, and then we will head out over here. Cool. Really solid.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
A natural wormhole down here. Okay, there's also space amoeba there. We're going to potentially redirect. We're very close here.
Aliens have learned to speak our
there we go.
language.
We now know that these are the mining drones, so this is fine. We are full on our influence. We don't really have a lot to spend that on, in all honesty. We could make claims over here. And we may as well. Just really spend it down. There we go. Sure. Lots of claims on those guys. And we will continue to reinforce the bilge bearers. But in we go here. And we'll have absolutely no problem taking this out. We should be researching the debris here. We'll get that done. And let's finish these guys off. Beautiful. So we're going to head over here and eliminate this force of space amoebas. Cool. And then we will research projects and automatic survey. Fantastic. Now this tomb world we don't have great habitability on, but I'm still going to colonize it. We'll work on getting that done a little later on. We'll boost up that habitability. It should be fine.
Research complete.
And basic combat rolls finish up. We can grab advanced shields or hyperdrive 3 or wormhole travel. We're going to take wormhole travel. After all, we have to know how to navigate that wormhole for the toxic god, right? We should be very close to level 6 here. And indeed we are. We can do this drone study, I suppose. But yeah, we're incredibly close here. Debris analyzed, always good. And we're going to grab our mining and research stations over here. And this construction ship should be grabbing mining and research stations as well, but then heading back to our capital. We need to start getting some hyper relays online. Okay, the shattered, interesting. We'll eliminate these amoebas. No problem. And we'll just pop back to Secunda Hiatum here. We will research the projects and survey the system and auto-survey. Cool. So this is the only area we have to expand in for the time being.
Has been found.
But as long as we can expand there... Ah, here we go. This is the level 6 event. If thou seekest these coordinates, thou shalt find something that may entice thee. Long has been the study of the AI Sinople, but the efforts of the brave knights have not been in vain. An encrypted portion of its hard drive has yielded a clue, an unexplored system several hundred light-years from Plumbum. Desiring to learn more, the Grand Master commanded a knight Mortiful, Fly Lord, to travel there. Go forth with favor, Mortiful. What do we got? Well, we do need more housing on our capital and amenities, so we're going to put in a city district there to help out with that. An ancient life pod, that's fine. After a long and difficult journey, Mortiful Fly Lord arrived at the system Sinople had spoken of. As if waiting at the exit of the hyperlane to welcome him was a strange automaton. Brandishing its weapon systems menacingly, it proclaimed, "Thou who wish to enter the rogue boxing system must answer me this question veridically." Hang on. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that one. Let's see.
Veridical.
Veridically. Okay, got it. Veridically. Actually, let me pull that back open. What is the definition of that word? Truthful, veracious. Okay. Answer it truthfully. Got it. Fantastic. Whyest which this system hath no ood? So we can answer, the periplus of the fifth planet intersects with the double quasar, you ate it all, or I don't know. We're going to say the periplus of the fifth planet intersects with the double quasar. Haha, nay. Alas, this was not the correct answer. The automaton made a tutting noise, and Mortiful Flylord was vaporized by an unknown weapon. In this moment of despair, the knight's faithful squire, Blobe Smokelung, showed her worth, for she resolved to complete her master's quest. "O fearful machine," she cried, "thou hast slain the good knight Mortiful Flylord, but now thou shalt not best me." So we could go with blow it up, or the correct answer is you ate it all, again, or what does Wyest Witch mean anyway? An ood. Ah, thou art truly wise, for I cannot answer thee this question, as it has been removed from my databanks. Forsooth, this task of mine is irregular indeed. Thou mayest pass, if that doth please thee. The automaton disappears in a cloud of smoke. Onwards, then. Okay. So, fleet command limit increase and admiral level cap, sure, or damage versus starbases. For now, the fleet command limit is the way to go. So that allows us to up our fleets a little bit, even more, up to like, we could go to something like this. 8, 18, 32. 18 and 32. There we go. So now we need around 10,000 alloys to get our fleets maxed out. And so Blobe Smokelung the Squire entered the rogue boxing system. There, she came upon a planet recently visited by the toxic god, perhaps even as little as a century ago, judging by the telltale signs it left behind. As she entered orbit, a signal was picked up from the surface. "Greetings, I am Ghouls, subsentient AI, and servant of the noble Sinople, whomst I believe thou knowest. As my designated liege AI bade me, I have surveyed this planet and discovered much about the mighty swarms with which the toxic entity beset this planet. This information I shall now transmit to thee." A data transfer followed, and then another transmission. "My purpose is now complete. I bid thee farewell." An energy pulse was detected on the planet's surface as the drone self-detonated. As Blobe Smokelung returned home triumphant, she was deemed worthy of knighthood and elevated into the Order. Furthermore, the Order's research unit raised an enticing proposition. With just a few more data points, and assuming regular movement on the toxic god's behalf, they might be able to triangulate which region of space to search for its current location. Strikecraft attack speed and food from jobs, or Knight research, or additional Unity. I think we're doing okay on Unity, so we're going to go for the Knight research. Cool.
Research logged and annotated.
Okay, mining station minerals output. We'll go ahead and grab that. Fantastic. And we're already building over here, no problem.
Research complete.
Cool. We have an unspent civic point, so we could reform our government. It would cost us 2430, so we'd have to save up our Unity a little bit. And I'm not sure that there's anything here that we really, really want. I mean, There are certainly some things that would help. Our consumer goods are a consistent issue. Is there anything in here that would help our consumer goods? I mean, we already have masterful crafters, which does help that. Not really. Not really. For the moment, I think we're going to ignore that. And there's our system capital complexes available. So we should definitely grab clearing tile blockers. I think for the moment we'll be fine.
Our colonists have reached their destination.
Cool. So we're going to want to take out these over here eventually. The Tianki Matriarch and the Automated Dreadnought. We're definitely going to need to continue to work on reinforcing our fleets. And that'll take some time. No doubt about that.
The situation has been cataloged.
Okay, we should have a civilian ship not doing anything right now. There we go. There's an additional archaeological site up here. We can research this anomaly and then come up and grab these archaeological sites up in this region. So that'll be fine. We'll get that underway.
Evasive maneuvers in progress.
Okay. We kept our corruptors in this region because we knew that it was likely that there were additional drones or other creatures around here. Space amoebas, perhaps. Tile blockers done. We can grab more naval cap. Not that we can reach our naval cap right now. We have a bit of an alloy issue, but we'll get there.
An anomaly has been found.
Cool. A situation outcome will be reached at the current rate in 398 months. How many years is that?
The system has been surveyed.
398
Our colonists
divided by
have reached their
12
destination.
is 33 years. Okay, so at about 2300. I'm assuming that's when they planned for it to be finished at. Sounds good. Hopefully we can get that far before the end of the stream. That would be nice. We're going to make our way down over here. And yeah, we're going to eliminate these fleets. No problem. We did lose a couple of scientists. And that is in this science ship. So we need a new one here. None of these are relevant. So we're going to queue this. Who are these guys? Oh, the friendly guys. Yeah, they want to fight the High Kingdom of Itharina. Do we want to fight them? They're way up here. They do have their borders closed. They're not relevant to us right now. We're going to vote no. We would rather fight the Natraxi. Okay, let's head over here and research the anomalies and then grab ourselves this site excavation. Fantastic. We have our science ship down over here that's supposed to be automatic surveying, but the scientist died. There we go.
An anomaly has been found.
Cool. Alien writing. Sounds good. Okay, this construction ship, we want to start building hyper relays. That is our current goal here.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Exotic radiation. Sure. We'll build our mining stations in Hiarum.
Research complete.
Cool. Wormhole travel. And we found a strategic resource as well. Always good. We'll grab additional research station output. These guys are pathetic to us. Those are the freeholders. I want to look at, like, these guys over here. Pathetic inferior equivalent. Yeah, this is like this is just the difficulty level, right? That's what's coming to play there. I'm expecting all of these guys to be substantially weak compared to us.
A system has been surveyed.
At this point of the game, anyway. So we do have a Savannah world here, but we can't colonize it because it has an anomaly. So we're going to need to survey this anomaly, or rather research that anomaly. That'll be fine.
An anomaly has been found.
We'll leave that one be for now. We got Durasteel armor. Let's grab railguns at this point. We're only 1 month away from that. Yes, we want to continue our curator deal.
Colony established. One more place to live out your pitiful lives.
Habitability, always good. Cruiser hull points, we'll definitely take that. How are we doing on our worlds here? This agro world requires an agriculture district. I'm also going to put in a civilian industry here. We're having consistent issues with our civilian goods.
Trying to attract your attention. Construction completed.
Sure. You can have an embassy. Cool.
The system has been surveyed.
We need
Research
about
complete.
8,000 alloys to get all of our ships built for the moment. We're going to have more ships that we want to build, for sure. And we're going to have more upgrades coming in for a while here. Cool. So our construction ship can come down to Pexhalika.
Research complete.
And there's a lot of territory over here that we want to grab. That's for sure. We're lacking 1 alloy to colonize this. Hilarious. There we go. So we'll get that colonizing. We need a new society research. And that was our habitability already? Wow, that was fast. We'll grab Edict's Fund, I suppose. And the Corruptors are just chilling down here for now. That'll be fine.
Colony established. One more place to live out your pitiful lives.
Excellent.
Someone else
So,
is trying to attract your
We
attention.
definitely need to put in our gene clinic. We need our mutagenic spa and our city district on our new colony. There we go. This construction ship is done here. I want to build a relay up to Vum for right now. So we're going to head up that way. We're lacking alloys for it.
Construction completed.
It's not shocking. We're spending our alloys on a lot of different things right now, to be honest. We're going to have additional colonization to happen down here, too.
Research
So we need
complete.
to research this anomaly. There we go. Honestly, these freeholders aren't all that scary looking. They're really not. But I think we're not really in a position to attack them currently. So I would prefer to
System
avoid doing
has
that
been
for the moment.
surveyed.
This all dead ends down here. Oh, by taking Pexhalika, we actually guarantee all of this. This dead ends here. That's amazing. We also want a defense platform in Pexhalika. So we'll get that going. We'll sell off our food.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Okay. Now we'll head down to Uwaran. The High Kingdom rivaled us. How rude. And this construction ship, we want to build more hyper relays, but alloys are definitely going to be interesting. I mean, we could buy in alloys. Neural symbiont study, huh? Do it. Fantastic. I don't want to have all of our situation logs flashing here. Let's turn that off. Thank you very much. We don't need that. Okay. So, the hyper relays are pretty expensive
Research
for us right
logged
now.
and annotated.
Sometimes the hands-on approach is best for science. We can add brain slug hosts, huh? No, we're not going to do that. The brain slugs would die from our toxic blood. We're not going to allow that one. This science ship is not currently doing anything, and I'd like it to come down and grab this debris. After that, it can start automatic surveying. Cool. We'll build our mining stations over here, and we definitely need to colonize this world with the Kroll. Did we colonize this one? No, we didn't. Okay. So we'll get that all underway. And let's check in on our worlds here. This colony needs work. It needs a mutagenic spa, it needs gene clinics, and a city district. Cool. So that's all fine. We can now finish off supremacy. And I would like to grab... What do we need for detox? We require the climate restoration tech, which we don't have yet. Okay, good to know. We could go for, like, enigmatic engineering here. Or simply one vision. Minus amenities usage plus monthly unity is pretty good. And we do have one vision to find the toxic god. So that should be fine. We're going to get a gun battery, missile battery, and disruption field generator here. Cool. Orbital debris, sure.
Has been found.
And building slots finishing up, always good. Base intel level, yes please.
Junk catalog.
Cool. So we're going to continue filling in this area. There's only so much that we can get, right? We definitely want to build a starbase down over here. And this construction ship, we require alloys. I'm going to buy in 1250 alloys. And we're going to spend that on a hyper relay. Cool. I'm not immediately going to spend the rest on our ships. That's not going to happen right now. But this is definitely a kind of awkward kingdom shape we have here. There's no doubt about that.
System has been served.
We're full on minerals. We will sell off 10,000 of them. Cool. What can you offer us? A destroyer for 2,000 minerals? No. That's a horrible price. Yeah, we can do... we have Nema here, so we can study them. Let's go ahead and study the Nema. Always nice. And we can also remove this orbital debris up over here. That is something that we should do. I think once these guys finish up their surveying over here, we'll come back and work on that. Actually, we can have this guy, once he's done here, he can come back and work on this anomaly and then come over and research this project.
Our colonists have reached their destination. Someone else is trying to attract your attention.
They want a non-aggression pact? We're going to decline that for now, although maybe we shouldn't have. I don't know. I usually auto-decline those because I don't want to spend the influence, but we're doing fine on our influence, honest.
Construction completed. Hastily, an anomaly has been found.
So maybe it would have been okay. I don't know.
Research complete. Research log.
A Nema task force, huh? We're going to try to breed them.
Has been cataloged.
And we're going to need to work on that. There we go. Cruiser hull points finishes up. Let's go for ion thrusters. Let's get that out of the way. A bunker bot, huh? We're going to go for the Unity for that one. I would like to grab another tradition tree here.
Construction completed.
We're 31 months away from that right now. So let's build our mining stations here and then head into Elthior. Now this mining world here, we can definitely put into planetary administration. That'll fix its job issues for the moment. How close are we to the next level here? 37 months. We're getting there. Cool. So this construction ship here, yes, commence the breeding. This construction ship will head up to Panel, and we'll just continue working on that. Cool. Now we're also going to need a hyper relay down to Pakshalika.
Research complete.
And probably into Zaffa on the way. That'll take some time.
Complete.
Ion thrusters are now done, and let's see here. Mining station output is good. Plasma thrusters is very good. We'll grab that for the moment, and moat harvesting traps and volatile moats being unlocked sounds good to me. Okay. Yeah, you're investigating Regulus. That's fine. Cool. So we now know that we don't need the corruptors here. We're going to send them back to the capital. That'll be fine. We must get to the bottom of this. Okay. Where is Pulsing Stars? Up over here? Sure.
An anomaly has been found.
Whichever finishes here first, we'll see which one
system
finishes.
has
Okay,
been
this one
surveyed.
just finished. So we're going to have that come back and research this anomaly, and then this project, and this project. Cool.
Our colonists have reached their
A
destination.
fortuitous event indeed. So we're going to have our surveying here done eventually. That'll take some time. What can you offer us? A destroyer for 2,000 minerals. Get out of here.
Our colonists have
We don't
reached
want
their
that.
destination.
I can tell you that right now. So this Forge World here, it's set up as a Forge World. I do want it to be, I think, a factory world. So we're going to put in an industrial district there. This is a tech world. Honestly, I think that's okay. We don't have a tech world yet. So simply putting in a research lab here works just fine.
Research complete.
So we'll just manually designate that as a tech world. Should be good. Cool. Adaptability, always good. These choices are a little suspect. I'm going to grab tile blocker clearance for the moment.
Construction completed.
Should be fine.
Hastily. Research complete.
Okay, build our mining and research stations here. And then come back and grab these volatile motes. And then go in and build the
An
starbase
anomaly
here.
has been found.
Cool. Advanced combat roles would be not awful. Auxiliary fire control would be good too. So we'll grab that. Okay, we got 1,000 society research. Sadly, it didn't boost up our quest for the toxic god.
Colony established. One more place to live out your pitiful lives. This
Okay,
situation
we'll
has been
try to
cataloged.
crack open the alien box here. And this is the new colony. Okay, mutagenic spa and a gene clinic and a city district. Fantastic. This industrial world requires a job. For the moment, I'm going to put in a civilian industry.
This situation has been cataloged.
Sure, we can attempt to do this. Where is this? Out in Regulus? It'll be a while before we get there, so that's fine. I do
Research
want to
complete.
see how the event chain plays out. That's for sure. Our Empire capital here, we should probably also put in a civilian industry. We should be pretty positive on our consumer goods after that. For sure. We'll reduce our leader upkeep to get more unity.
A system has been surveyed. Research log.
And now what I want is genetic modification complete. Sure. Social pheromones. What I want is I want to come out over here. Or no, we have that surveyed. It's this that we don't have surveyed. Right. I'm dumb. We're going to come up here and survey that. Cool. So that'll be absolutely fine. No problem whatsoever there. Next up, I think we're going to grab prosperity. Perhaps prosperity. Yeah, I think that's what we go for. We'll go ahead and take that. Fantastic.
Research log. Annotated.
Got some minerals, sure. And this science ship is now not doing anything. Actually, we missed an anomaly out over here somehow. So we can go do that. And once we're done with that, we can head back to Plumbum. And we can assist research over Fever Realm. Cool. So, there's this science ship out over here. Hallucinogen, huh?
This
Sure, shut it
situation
down.
has been cataloged.
We'll remove that. That may make it more difficult for us to find the Toxic God after all. But hey, here is level 8. Beautiful. The Order has a mission for thee, Knight Grubji Plague Knight. The Lord Commander's voice was imperious. Sinopol's last databank has finally given up its secrets, and we have retrieved enough data for a speculative model of the toxic god's trajectory. Thy mission shall have 3 parts. First, thou art to investigate these coordinates. Second, thou shalt test our prototype armor. Finally, sometime back, one of thy fellow knights disappeared at the very coordinates now provided by Sinopol. It is your task to discover what transpired there. The Order's prototype neutronium armor was magnificent, a testament to the skill of its artisans. It was both sturdier and lighter than ever before. Its powerful shield generator was adorned with beautiful engravings, but these were mere trivialities compared to its greatest feature. The armor could now provide a direct connection to Sinopol, allowing the AI to provide guidance from anywhere in the galaxy. With this, Grubji felt ready for anything. The travel was uneventful, but soon after landing on their target planet, they met a stranger, cloaked in red. Who goes there?
Research complete.
We have our research done here. Our auxiliary fire control. Sure. What are we going to grab here? Advanced shields. Okay. Have mercy, my lord. I'm not but a peaceful pilgrim in need of aid. Persecuted for my belief in the toxic god and entity most holy, I find myself hunted by a relentless foe. I beg of thee, protect me, and allow me to continue my pilgrimage in peace. We could say, fear not, noble traveler, thou art under my protection. Or, be not hasty, stranger, I have questions for thee, or my duties are not to thee, stranger, thy battles are thine own. I think we're going to put them under our protection. Let's see what happens. O noble knight, if thou art to fight for me, please accept this charm. Its holographic field will help blur thy shape, and make it harder for thine opponent to hit thee. The knight took it, then readied for battle. Wielding a colossal phase blade, his foe was heavily armored. Shield sparkled, armor was battered, and Grubji only narrowly avoided beheading. His opponent somehow knew the Order's fighting style well. A hard hit landed on Grubji Plague Knight's armor, shattering the holographic projector that had concealed his shape. The knight was sent tumbling to the ground. His opponent prepared to strike the final blow, but froze mid-air, as if surprised. Taking advantage of this moment of confusion, Grubji pounced, slicing through the opponent's armor. A killing blow. Oh, wonderful, splendid! Never have I had such excitement in my known life. The stranger's cheers were loud and strangely out of character. Grubji Plague Knight turned to look at his defeated opponent. Their armor shimmered, and the holographic skin that had masked their true form was dispelled. In front of Grubji lay the remains of a knight of the Order. Oh nay, the stranger laughed. It seemeth that thou hast slain one of thy fellow knights. How unfortunate! The stranger's mocking words echoed as they disappeared in a cloud of purple smoke. Grubji knelt beside his fallen comrade, anguished at having been duped by the stranger's holograms. In a storage unit affixed to their armor, he discovered something unusual. A databank filled with wondrous secrets about the workings of the toxic seas. Upon my word, the Order's vengeance shall find thee. Oh, I didn't see what was in that tooltip. We got stuff from it. I don't know what. I clicked right through it and didn't see what was in it. Fantastic. So, that was the level 8 one. Fantastic. Paxalica Prime has been established. So we're going to grab Gene Clinics and Mutagenic Spa and City District. Cool. The Archprophet died. Long live the Archprophet. This is set up as a rural world. Okay, sure. This mining world could use a planetary administration. We'll definitely build that. Migrating forests, huh? We'll study them. Cool.
A system has been surveyed.
Decent stuff up in that system. I like it. Mining stations here, and let's go grab a starbase up there after that. And we definitely need to keep heading up towards VUM with our hyper relays. Cool. Okay, we currently have 2,000 alloys. We could definitely spend them down, but I don't think I'm going to at this moment. How much would it cost to max this one? Yeah, we can do that. We can max out the Corruptors, and the Buzzling Bilge Bearers, they're going to take a little longer. We're not prepared to deal with them just yet. Now, this science ship, it kind of doesn't need to exist anymore at this moment. So we'll get rid of that, sell off some food. And at this point, how long until we finish the quest for the Toxic God? 245 months. Okay. Hopefully we can get there. This Forge world, we definitely want to put in an alloy foundry here. So we'll get that going. What is our current ship strength at? Oh, this special project finishes, sure. 8,000? And we're not even at full, I don't think. Yeah, we don't have our additional ships here yet. We're lacking one cruiser still. So yeah, we'll be at over 8,000. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Construction completed.
So we will grab our mining and research stations over here. Yes, we continue our curator deal. And we're going to come down over here and grab our starbase. Beautiful. How are things looking up this way? Ah, yes, we can definitely put up our hyper relay in the VUM system. Cool. Then we can head out like over towards Marinus and then over towards Grokken, I think, is the way that we're going to do that.
This situation has been
Abandoned terraforming project, huh? We'll try resuming it. Cool. We'll keep digging at the archaeological site. This Forge world requires jobs, and Alloy Foundry is obviously the way to go. Cool. Okay, that's all looking good. So at this point, it's mostly a waiting game. 228 months.
Research log.
Which really isn't that long. Oh, okay. Our colony on Uwaran Prime was destroyed. So we're going to have to recolonize this. It is a tomb world now, but that's okay. That actually, I think, improved our habitability. I like it. We're going to get that going. That's absolutely fine. An odd factor. Okay. No problems from the odd factory. Sounds good. This rural world, I'm actually going to call a Forge world. And we're going to put in an alloy foundry. Cool. New contact. This meeting is surely a blessing. Cool. So how goes our construction up here? 94%. So we definitely want to head out to Ushkaran and build a hyper relay there, because we need to make our way out over this way. That is very, very obvious at this point. And we're going to finish our constructions here and make our way down. How are we doing on our progression for the quest for the Toxic God? Okay. So there's 8 stages. Fascinating. So the next stage is the last stage, but there's also a finisher.
Research complete.
Okay. Fascinating. Well, we finished up some research here, and let's grab... We could go for, like, commerce gigaplexes. That's okay. Just get that out of the way. Mineral purification. Wait. That was battleships. We're going to grab battleships. Fantastic. And I think shield capacitors from there. Sounds good. So battleships will finish up very soon. This Forge world requires housing. And we can put in a single extra city district for the time being. That'll do.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Although, we don't need a city district here. An industrial district will be better because we get building slots from it. So that'll be fine. That'll be absolutely fine. We're going to head down to Breslin next and build a starbase down there. And we're, of course, going to also build a hyper relay up in Wheeldor. Cool. We can continue to reinforce our fleets if we wanted to, but right now I don't really want to. These guys are pathetic to us, although our intel on that is stale. We don't know too much about the Natraxi up here. But the fact that they haven't been particularly belligerent of late tells a story. And that story is that they don't think that they can win. So that's absolutely fine.
Construction completed.
Now, we don't need hyper relays down over here. That's for sure.
Our colonists have reached their destination.
We just need hyper relays to Zaffa and Pakshalika. So that'll be great. This one is half done at this point. Sounds good. Now I want to check in on our jobs up here. Our Empire capital requires housing. We're just going to put in an industrial district there. Cool. And that's it for now. So 875 is when we hit our next quest stage. 58 months.
Construction completed.
We'll just continue heading down and colonizing. The birth of space piracy. Where is this? Out over here. That's a little rude. We're going to take the corruptors out. And we're going to go grab that. We'll get most of the way there quite quickly. But we do need to go through and update our ships a bit. That's probably something we should do at some point soon. But for now, let's go ahead and reduce our building and district upkeeps. Cool.
Research complete.
Shield capacitor is done.
Construction complete.
We will take quantum field manipulation, and that is another excavation done. So we'll then head over to
Mining
Cervantes.
station lost.
Cool.
What a shame.
And yeah, they're going to do some damage over here, but we've actually already arrived. Fantastic. No problem there. We'll come back to Plumbum. And that'll be fine. We'll build our mining stations and then a hyper relay over here. We got a Zema. Perfect. Edicts Fund, huh? Yeah, we could do Edicts Fund. How are we doing on our Edicts Fund anyway? We could actually turn on... Let's see. We could turn on mining subsidies if we wanted to. It'd be a little expensive. What I'd really like to do, though, is maybe do Veneration of Saints. We'll do that for now. And our agri-world here needs a job. So we'll put in alloy foundries, but we also require housing. So we're going to do a city district. That will solve both of those problems. Our forge world needs to be upgraded. We lost an admiral. That's okay. Cool.
Construction completed.
We'll build our mining stations and head down to Rookbat. And we'll have all of this cleaned up soon enough. That hyper relay is only 10% done. 38 months until our situation changes. So let's see what ends up happening with that. That's only a little ways away. Show us your ways. What do you got? Food storage containers for 500 units.
Colony established.
No thanks.
One more place to live out your
We'll pass.
pitiful lives.
So we can definitely put in our gene clinics and our mutagenic spa and our city district here. Cool. Edicts Fund has concluded. Food processing centers is fine.
Research complete.
Cool. Next up, let's go for mining drone laser. Why not? Okay, so that's all good. This industrial world requires a capital upgrade. Otherwise, what do we have for civilian ships here? Yeah, we can head out this way. Cool. We've got a pretty good amount right now of alloys available. So we may want to reinforce our fleet here. I'm going to do it.
Our colonists have reached
And then I'm
their
going to buy in
destination.
2,500 more alloys. And I'm going to do it again. Cool.
Research
The
complete.
price of alloys was quite cheap there, so that's absolutely great. We're to get this starbase done soon, and we need to bank alloys now for a while, but that's okay. We'll grab chemical plants and continue this archaeological event,
Construction completed. Haste.
and we'll head down to Jadaramus here. Actually, we should build our mining stations first,
Research
and
complete.
then, they gave us 1,700 alloys. Cool. A small gift to show their commitment to customer service. Well, we'll definitely put that to good use, because we just finished up battleships. We're to grab engineering research from researchers. That'll take a while, but that's okay. Battleships are now available, so we should go into our fleets and we should add battleship designs to our fleets. We're just going to run the single battleship for the moment, but that'll do for now. What can you offer us? No, food for minerals. We'll pass on that. We do need to get this colony ship going. There we go. That'll be great. This tech world requires housing and a job. A capital upgrade will fix both of those. Capital upgrade here should be fine. Another capital upgrade. And a capital upgrade. Cool. So that's all good. We have not finished up our hyper relay here yet, but we will continue to queue up another one.
Research complete.
We're at 864, so we're under a year away from getting to stage 8, the final non-concluded stage for the quest for the Toxic God. We'll grab our capacity subsidies here. That'll be great to have.
Construction completed. Hastily.
Okay. So we definitely need to grab our mining and research stations down this way, and then we'll go research the projects in Regulus and then build the starbase. That'll be the plan. And we currently need about 4,000 ships, or 4,000 alloys rather, to get our ships built up. Of course, we're going to be able to get a third fleet.
Research complete.
So that's definitely something to consider. The price on alloys is very high right now, so we're definitely not going to buy in alloys at this moment. Energy Nexus and stratospheric ionization elements. Cool. Okay,
Research
anything else
complete.
up here? Nope, nothing at all. But next month, there it is. It came to pass that during the travels of Knight Pulit's Blistertongue, an otherwise obscure and disfavored knight, he happened upon a signal emanating from a debris field in the space between stars. He speedily laid in a course to investigate closer. As he neared the source, he heard a beautiful voice calling from across the ether. "O brave knight, I've waited for thee for millennia, hoping that thou wouldst come to my celestial forest. Now that thou art here, I hope that thou wilt spare me the time for a visit to mine own humble abode. I promise yond thou shalt findeth it worthwhile." A small station had appeared as if from nowhere. Impetuously, the years of fruitless searching having made him impatient for a stroke of fortune, Pulitz moved his craft to dock on it. "Be careful, Pulitz. This could be a trap." It probably is. As Knight Pulitz Blistertongue boarded the station, he was greeted by a feminine being of incredible beauty. Pictured here. This is the feminine being of incredible beauty. She looked like a Corellian, and yet there was no mistake that she was an entity far more advanced. She smiled, and Pulitz realized his concept of attractiveness had been limited, even constrained, until now. He felt an uncontrollable lust growing within himself. "I am CML, spirit of wayfarers and vagabonds. I hast deemed thee worthy," she drawled. She looked at Pulitz up and down. "Aye, worthy forsooth." Worthy of what? That's a valid question. Simel smiled again, invitingly this time, stepping closer to take Paulist by the grappler. "I wisheth to partake in amorous rites with thee, so we can maketh many fine offspring. We can either say gladly or nay, thou shalt not tempt us. Die, Fae." And honestly, that's probably the smarter call. I mean, he's probably going to die in this encounter. It said that she was far more powerful, like far more advanced. some form of an entity. Die, Faye. As Paulet's blister tongue reached for his weapon, CML's eyes flashed with anger. Thou wouldst spurneth me. Awkward conjugation. But well, it's thou wouldst spurneth. I suppose? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I curse thee and thy people. Thou shalt never know the embraceable lover, nor the fiery lust of true desire. Thou shalt be forced to procreate as machines do. Now be gone, before I changeth my own mind again, and killeth thee instead. She took a hold of a device that Pollux had not noticed before, and suddenly she was not there. Though he could feel her presence, watching, despising. The chroniclers would later record this as a turning point in Kingdom of Plumbum history. The witch's curse was in some ways a blessing, for no longer would the knights be distracted by carnal desires, and mechanical reproduction of the populace could be just as effective as biological reproduction. In its own way. Thou hast done well, Pollux. So, 50% pop growth reduction, but 3 organic pop assembly. We get the Lover's Pox modifier, 100% pop growth reduction, but squires produce organic pop assembly now. That's weird. That's really weird. So we no longer... Hang on, let's go to a month tick. Okay, so we are still growing, but it's minus 50%. But we're also assembling. So this is a good thing. And from pop jobs. Okay, yeah, this should be absolutely fine. No problem whatsoever here. Cool. So we're going to proceed forward 127 months until we see the end of this thing. Cool. Okay, let's grab ourselves climate restoration. We know we need that for the detox ascension perk. So that'll be fine. How are we doing on our construction up over here? That has finished, so we need our hyper relay in Nishbin. I'm just going to queue up hyper relays all the way over here.
To live out your pitiful lives.
Cool. How much more do we need? 4,000. The price has dropped somewhat, but not as much as I would have liked. And the automated shipyard has finished. We're actually just going to get rid of this. Cool. That'll be fine. And eventually we're going to need to change out these ships. Now we're still building a destroyer here. That'll finish up here in 40 days. But I do want to think about upgrading these. Do we want flat cannons or barrier point defense? We're going to go for the barrier point defense. And then we definitely want railguns. We absolutely want to increase our buy order with them. Absolutely. And we'll get these all fully upgraded to swarm combat computers, advanced afterburners, and Durasteel armor. A small upgrade. This ship design does not have enough power. That is true. It doesn't. Because we only have level 2 fusion reactors. We are 2 power short. Okay. Well, there's cold fusion reactors, so we'll just wait on that. Beautiful. That'll be done in 11 months. Not too bad. Okay, so Regulus is done. We'll build mining stations there, and then we'll head to Enderlang. We're very close to being done with our expansion down over here. That's wonderful. Okay. We still don't have starholds, which is kind of funny. But that's okay. Now, we could definitely think about upgrading Karazin. We have one more starbase cap, and that's the only other border location, right? Well, there are these over here. But I think Zolomon would fall very quickly. Cool. So we'll go ahead and take buildings and districts, build faster and cheaper. Sounds good. All of this is looking fine for the moment. Cool. So the starbase will be done soon enough. And how's our hyper relays doing? Okay, so once we're done with that, I want to head out to here, 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 and here, like so. And then we'll head out over this way and get all of this done. We're still lacking the alloys for that. That's okay. Research station output is absolutely fine. Can we buy in more alloys? I mean, we can. It's not necessarily something we should do, but it's something we can do. We'll build a hyper relay there, and then eventually we're going to want to build a hyper relay and Karazit. But that will be the entire north area hyper relayed up. And this construction ship will likely be the one that goes from the south. So we're going to grab those mining stations and our starbase in Hemtaris.
Construction completed. Hastily.
And that'll be just fine. And then from there, we're going to have to go to Pakshalika and make our way up and over like that. And then up and over like that. Shouldn't be too bad. The Redarax domain? Sure. That's all well and good. So there's this starbase over here. Definitely want a gun, missile, and defense grid supercomputer. Or rather, disruption field generator. Not a defense grid supercomputer. Fantastic. An outcome will be reached in 89 months. That's great. So we'll know at that point what this results in. Of course, it might have multiple branching paths as well. I mean, it definitely does. But I'm not sure how representative of the average run of Toxic God questing this is. I mean, it's definitely going to be the same feel and the same mechanic, but the actual story might branch significantly from what we've seen. We'll see. Okay, we're going to queue up this hyper relay. There we go. Got that all good to go.
Our colonists have reached their destination.
Fantastic. They've landed at Rukbat. From here, we can definitely queue up some additional ships. So we'll get that underway. Our cruisers and battleships are set up as auto best. Honestly, they're fine.
Research complete.
I'm not too concerned about that right now. We'll grab X-ray lasers. And that, of course, means that we can upgrade our corvettes. So we will do so. We'll grab railguns and flat cannons and get this all upgraded up.
Research complete.
Cool. Rather large upgrades there. And this is set to auto upgrade, so that should be fine. In fact, we can set this to auto upgrade now too. We'll just do that. Fantastic. We need engineering research here. We'll take destroyer hull points. And I'd like to get these guys upgrading eventually. That's very expensive. So we may hold off on that for the moment. We'll grab our mining stations here and then head up to Pakshalika. And we're going to need to build a hyper relay there. Now we don't have enough to queue up all of our hyper relays. That's for sure. We can sell off exotic gases as well as volatile motes and buy in a lot of alloys. That is an option. And we need society research here. Cool. And I suppose we could get these started.
Construction completed. Hastily.
There we go. So now we're going to head over to Pakshalika and start getting our hyper relays online there. This is all well and good. This is all queued up here. No problem whatsoever. This down here, we're going to have a pretty big alloy deficit. Now, we should definitely work on these worlds. So our fortress station here, there's absolutely nothing to do here other than, I suppose we could put in luxury residences here for housing. That would work. On our agri world here, we would absolutely love to put in like a Ministry of Production. That would be nice. But we're going to put in a food processing facility because that's what we have the tech for. On our forge world here, definitely an industrial district. On this factory world, definitely an industrial district as well. On this tech world, we will put in a city district and a research lab. This Forge World, Industrial District. This Forge World, Planetary Administration. Actually, a lot of these could still use a Planetary Administration. Let's go through and get those Planetary Administrations put in. There we go. And what do we need here? Housing and worker. This is auto-designated as a Forge World. That's acceptable. We'll put in an alloy foundry there. On this auto-designated Forge World, I'm going to swap this over to an industrial world. And we're going to put in a civilian industry here, and then an alloy foundry. This is a Forge World here. I'm going to make that be an industrial world as well. And we'll put in an industrial district here. On this colony, we obviously need to get our gene clinic and our mutagenic spa and our city district. Cool. Well, that's a lot of construction, for sure. $53 months to our outcome. Beautiful. Okay, so our hyper relay here will be finishing up soon enough. Now, these guys are going to be eating up our alloys for quite a while. No doubt about that. We're going to move into Hiatum as soon as we're done here. We haven't explored this wormhole. We should probably do so.
To live out your pitiful lives.
In fact, let's head down here. This is not in our territory. But let's head down here, explore this wormhole, and then we'll come back up and assist research on Fever Realm. Cool. X-ray laser is now done. We'll grab a research station output.
Research complete.
All of these are on auto upgrade, correct? Yes, they're on auto upgrade now. So that's absolutely fine. Destroyer hull points finishes up. We're going to grab advanced railguns. And I'm going to cancel these upgrades for the time being. Cool. Reason being, I want to get these hyper relays going. So we'll get those underway. And that'll be fine. We're now making 97 alloys per month. Much better. Not perfect, but much better. So that's absolutely great. Okay. We're going to queue up another hyper relay over here. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This connects to the Hotram system. Awkward. Okay. Again, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 over here. So that's 2,000 alloys. Okay, about 40,000 energy credits at the current pricing. We are negative in our energy credits, of course. But we can work on that. Selling off some volatile motes. I don't want to sell off rare crystals, or at least not too many of them. I'll only sell off 1,000 right now. And then we're going to use that to buy in... There we go. That should do the trick. Hyper relay here, 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 here. Right. We need another 500, 1,000, 1,500. Cool. Not bad. We're getting close on that one. 1,500 more alloys, and we already have 500 of them almost. So we can grab Specialist Pop resource output. That'll be great. And of course, for our energy credits, we should definitely grab some of the trade value over here. It's going to be a little awkward for us to get our hands on, but that's definitely something we should think about doing. I'm going to put in an energy grid here. That'll help offset that. So that'll be fine. Okay, we can queue up a hyper relay here. Next month, we can get one here. There we go. And in 5 more months, one in Lambda Serpentis. Or we could buy them, but I think that's a bad idea. We're not going to do that.
Complete.
Okay, advanced railguns are done. We're going to grab impulse thrusters next. Beautiful.
Research complete.
Okay. And that's all we need. Right there. That is our hyper relay network done. Beautiful. Physics research from researchers. We'll go ahead and grab that. This agri world, I'm going to put in a generator district since we're having some issues there. This forge world, we need a planetary administration. We're a little low on our minerals. That's for sure. Actually, I'm going to buy in a few minerals here. There we go. On our Empire capital, we require housing. A generator district will solve that, in theory. And we'll get a planetary administration here. A second planetary administration would be great. We're a little ways away from getting that. I'm just going to buy 100 minerals. And there we go. Cool. So we definitely need to develop our mining world here. There's no doubt about that. I would really like to put in our mineral purification plant here. So we can actually get that going. There we go. That'll be fine. Our minerals are going to start going negative pretty soon here. We do need society research, and I'm going to go with tile blocker clearance, nice and quick. But here we are. We're 4 months away from our quest finishing. And let's see what this does. It's going to be very interesting for sure. Does our quest succeed, or does it fail? A legend has returned. Deceived and betrayed, Festerus met his fate at the hands of a dark wizard. Engulfed in purple smoke, he disappeared, never to be seen again. On yon day, we lost a most gentle knight, one of the founders of the Order. Here endeth the history of Knight Festerus. Centuries ago, chroniclers wrote about the death of Knight Festerus Festerflesh, who helped create the Order and witnessed the toxic god's visit to our world. However, today, an addendum to the chronicles will have to be written, for Festerus Festerflesh has returned. The Order investigated an energy spike on Plumbia and met Festerus, freshly returned from interdimensional travel. He has been discreetly taken in by the Order, who will verify his identity and tell him what has happened while he was away. So, we can't do this because our energy credits are too low. We need 10,000 energy credits to tell everyone and celebrate. Or we could handle it quietly. I kind of want to tell everyone and celebrate. So we're going to sell some rare crystals. We're going to sell some exotic gases. We're going to sell some food. And we're going to celebrate. Happiness plus 20% and unity plus 20%. Is that it? Festerus comes back? We do want to purchase this service. Let's go ahead and sell some of this off. I'll be honest, that was a little disappointing. If that was the end of it. I don't think it is. Okay. Greetings. I am Squire Influenza. Knight Festerus Festerflesh would like to meet with thee. He stands ready to face our questions and tell us what has happened. Anything to know beforehand? He's been brought up to speed with our technological progress, and seemeth to be acclimating well, but his mindset is very different. Our core values aren't similar, but he sometimes have stout opinions about the way our society hath evolved. Best avoid these topics for now. We shall see him anon. Finally, at last you deign to visit me. So thou art what passes for a king these days. I possess important knowledge about the toxic god, meant strictly for the king. I expect thou hast many questions. Ask them. How are they settling in? So much hath changed. I bethought I was returning home, only to realize yond home doesn't existeth anymore. Everyone I kneweth is long dead, and only the chronicles can enlighten me as to what hath occurred. I recognize not this world, but at least the Order is still there. The quest goeth on, and mine own duty is clear. Aren't all the tales about thee truthful? The chronicles aren't truthful. There are minor variations, but for the most part, those gents only maketh our mission reports more readable. Aye, I did slay 100 fiends and braved many dangers for the heart of a maid. Not that it matters in the present day. The lady is as dead as the others. What happened during thy exile? I'm not sure. Thy people told me I had traveled to another dimension. To me, it was like a years-long dream with no awakening. Nothing made sense, neither what I perceived nor my own feelings. All that saw me through the ordeal were memories, recollections of people I've known, those I loved, and those I did not. The wizard who sent me there, as well as mine own wrath, and most especially, the one who holds the key to my heart. It was a chaos, but in the end, I gleaned some precious insight in the process too. Thou sayest thou couldst help findeth the toxic god? During mine own exile, I did see things. Like looking through a fractured mirror, the same scene did repeat again and again with tiny variations. Much of what I saw was nonsensical, but some were about people I knew. One was the mage that cast me out. That one was on a lone rock, surrounded by stars. There did he use his craft to sealeth something toxic, perhaps the god itself. I did talk with the Lord Commander, and thou seemest to have enough clues to find this place. We only needeth thy permission to leave. Prepare the knights. We leave at once. Okay. Somebody died. There's a drifting fleet, sure. We don't care about this. We'll take the minerals, thanks. And we need a new scientist here. We'll take this guy. So we're just waiting for the next stage of the event. Cool. The data point recovered with Sinopal's help has allowed us to chart the path followed by the toxic god, and to pinpoint the system where it might have gone next. However, upon entering the space, Knight Festerus reacted immediately. He's here. I can senseth his presence. We followed his directions to a forlorn moon. Upon landing, our knights were immediately confronted by none other than the Trickster, previously encountered by Grubji Plague Knight and Festerus Festerflesh in the days of old. Thou art persistent, the Trickster said, but this is the end of thine quest. Mine own master shall not tolerate thy foolish beliefs to fill the balance of the shroud any more than they already hast. There is no toxic god, and soon the toxic knights will be no more. As the Trickster fell silent, we registered multiple signatures entering the system. The time of vengeance is nigh. Where there once was empty space, a wormhole bloomed. Weapons at the ready, the Order's fleet waited tersely as a dozen of small crafts emerged. That's oddly phrased. The ships were similar to that used by the Sable Knight decades ago. The ship stove straight for the moon, paying no mind for our fleet. On the surface, the fight raged on. A supernatural storm covered the field, while the Trickster made full use of their powers, invading the minds of our knights, conjuring illusions, and using psychokinesis to hold us back with all manner of projectiles. Our knights were determined and well protected, but the eldritch powers of the Trickster held them at bay. Suddenly, a dozen strangers emerged out of the storm, each clad in the same neutronium armor as the Sable Knight. They showed no hostility towards us, and instead charged straight at the Trickster. Brandishing a tattered banner, one of them made use of an inbuilt speaker system to blast a litany of vengeance across the battlefield. Thou fool, Trickster! With poison didst thou murder our wearers. We are but shells, yet their memory remains with us. Now we finish this. Reckoning is at hand. Seeing his end approaching, the Trickster cursed in frustration. The armored host joined with the battling knight to beset the Trickster from all sides. Seizing upon the confusion, Festerus took up his blade and cleaved the Trickster's head from their body. In this moment of triumph, the armored host fell still. Their purpose fulfilled, the AI that had animated them shut down. So I don't think that would have happened if we had taken the armor from the Sable Knight. I think that they wouldn't have come and helped us here. We maybe would have had better armor, but we may have failed at this point if we hadn't have done that. May the Sable Knights rest in peace now.
This situation has been cataloged.
In the aftermath of battle, the Knights searched every inch of the moon. At last, deep within the southern reaches, they discovered a baneful contraption left by the Trickster. Energy thrummed as cracks appeared in the machine. With the death of its creator, it was gradually unraveling. Streams of psionic energy spilled forth. Within moments, the machine was reduced to cinder. From orbit, the ships reported a strange subspace phenomenon at the edge of the system. Gravity itself had shifted to accommodate the restoration of a blocked hyperlane. The resulting energies unleashed a powerful EMP, frying most systems aboard the Order's ships. To fully understand what transpired that day, we'll have to dispatch a fleet of our own. Okay, so that's the end of the event. But where is this new system at? Is there something in the situation log? Yes. That's the toxic god there. Oh my. That is toxic indeed. Okay, so that's a skull strength. Our fleets are probably not strong enough to fight him. We can try. We can try. I'm going to buy in the alloys that we need to max out our fleets here. Our 2 fleets that we have. How much do we need from here? 1,000. Okay, let's start heading out here. I expect that we lose this. But we'll see. Maybe we're strong enough. We have about 20k. Can we do edicts? Yes, we can. We will definitely edict up. There's no doubt about that. And I want to wait until such a time as we have all of these ships built. That'll take a little bit of time, but not a lot. We definitely want to give ourselves the best chance we can. But we're going to give this a go. It is very close to time to stop the stream, so I'm hoping that we can eliminate the Toxic God here and now. We definitely need, or not alloys, I was going to say alloys. We need admirals here. This guy's actually really solid. What about cautious? It's not great, but we can definitely see 12k and 9k. It's usually rule of thumb to attack these is 30k. So we'll see how that ends up going. The Toxic God may immediately wreck us, or he may not. We're going to have one of our battleships done in 80 days, and then another cruiser at about the same time. And then we're going to make one more cruiser and one more battleship. We could upgrade our fleets. 741 and 3,000. Honestly, let's go do it. It won't take us long to travel here because of our hyper relays. So that's fine. And we can buy in additional alloys if we need to, but for now, I think this is fine. So we're already back to our capital here, but we're not going to start upgrading these until we have an open... slot, right? An open construction slot here. Okay. So if we look at our shipyard queue here, we can see there's a lot of upgrades here. We're starting to work on those upgrades now. Our battleship will be done in 170 days. And these upgrades are progressing. We're going to be looking at around 28k, maybe a little higher. We might be hitting 30k here. We'll see.
Research complete.
Okay, so there's impulse thrusters done. Let's go for battleship hulls. Cool. So our battleship here is going to be done in 20 days. Cool. 15.8k and 10.8k. So we're at about 27k right now. We do have a number of these left to go. I wish that we had higher level star bases here so that we could construct more at a time. But this is what we've got. Okay, this mining world here, I mean, we have a lot of stuff that we need to work on over here. But I'm kind of letting this slip away for right now. Because all I want to do here is go kill the toxic god. That's all I want. So these upgrades are still going to be pretty expensive, right? It's already finished upgrading our destroyers and our corvettes here. So mostly that's what we need to work on here. We're now upgrading destroyers over on this side. And destroyers are reasonably quick. We need to upgrade all of our corvettes as well, and literally everything else. I'm going to buy in some minerals here. And we're going to build a couple of mining districts here. There we go.
Research complete.
Cool. Naval cap comes up. That's not all that necessary. So this fleet is now done. We're going to be looking at around 33,000, 34,000. Although we do have one corvette to upgrade here. We may as well. Okay, 22%. So looking down the list here, we're going to be done with the destroyers soon. The destroyers are going to be a little longer, but the corvettes are going to go much faster. Okay, we can hire mercs. We're probably not going to. They would disgrace our god if they were to defeat them. If they were to defeat our god.
This situation has been cataloged.
So we're nearly done with these destroyers. The Shroud Sullier class destroyers. And now we're working on the corvettes. And you can see just how much faster the corvettes go.
Research complete.
That's great. And what did we finish up here? Energy siphon. That doesn't actually change anything. So all we need here is corvette upgrades. Okay.
Research complete.
Cool. Physics research finishes up. We're going to grab ion disruptors. And we're just gearing up for this fight. That's all we're doing right now. 50% done with this fleet's upgrades. And we do have some unity here. Okay. Is there an ascension perk that we can grab that would help us here? Like, for example, I mean, we can grab detox. I don't think any of these actually help us. No. So I'm going to grab detox for right now. There we go. Now we can terraform toxic worlds. We're at 60% on this fleet's upgrades. Just about done with the corvettes. And we can activate our relic here. Sublight speed, sure. Whatever. Cool. More mercs can be hired. And we only have a few more of these toxic ships to upgrade. A few. Quite a number still. But we're now at 70% done upgrading the corruptors. They're done with their corvettes entirely. We're working on cruisers now. Beautiful. And the battleship doesn't actually need to be upgraded, it looks like. That must have already happened. So we're 82% done upgrading.
Research complete.
We found some warriors. Sure, we don't really care about that. We finished up amoeba flagella. That doesn't really matter. Regenerative hull tissue will be absolutely fine. Only 4 cruisers left to go here, and then corvettes in this fleet. So that's great. 3 cruisers left to go. We only have 2 cruisers left to go now. Okay. This is the final cruiser in this fleet. We're now working on the corvettes here, and you can see that's finishing up very quickly. So that's absolutely great. So we're going to be... Okay, we still need additional upgrades here. We'll get that going, but that won't take long. Okay.
Our ships have been made.
17 and 19.1k.
Someone else is trying to.
It's going to be potentially dicey. They want to subjugate us. We decline. Cool. Now we're going to immediately begin constructing an extra pair of battleships. But we're going to head in here. And let's see how badly we lose against the Toxic God. Or maybe we win. I don't know. He's got just shields, no armor. So once we're through the shields, we are running a decent amount of large railguns. We're going to get through those shields pretty quickly. And our lasers, we don't actually have that many of them. But I have no idea how much to expect in terms of HP. Okay. Beatrice is home to swirling, corrosive mists. Armor nullification of 100%. Ooh, I didn't notice that. And within them lurks the toxic entity that we've been searching for. A metallic maw, a chitinous carapace, tentacles, and gas sacs. This spacefaring behemoth glows with a sickly green light. We are not welcome. The god is testing us. Summon the fleet. Okay, so our armor does nothing. We are chunking down its shields, but it's doing a lot of damage to us. And we're now working on its hull. But our ships are taking a lot of damage. I really should have done edicts first. I'm realizing. We definitely want volatile ammunition and crystalline sensors. Volatile reactive armor is irrelevant, but exotic gases for shield boost. There we go. We'll turn those on. We've got it down to half health. It's done a lot of damage to us. We've got it down to a quarter health. Man. We're really close here, but I'm not sure that we get it. It's regenerating his health. We're not doing enough damage now. We have to retreat. That is sad. That's very sad. So it regenerates its health. Okay. Well, there we go. It is past time to end the stream at this point, and I was hoping we'd take it out, but I'm pretty sure at this point that all we get is an event after this, and we get this system, right? And the system has some toxic worlds that we can settle, and it'll probably have some, like, exotic gases here. Yeah, we can see volatile motes and exotic gases, and we don't see the others just now, but it's going to be a reasonably powerful system. But that's pretty much the entire quest for the Toxic God there. We didn't really have quite the time to pull that off. If I had turned on the edicts at the beginning, we may well have won that. I'm kind of kicking myself for that one, but it is what it is. But it is time to stop the stream for today, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. You can leave your offerings to the engagement gods in the form of likes, comments, subscribes, and bell ringings, and a very special thank you to all of the channel members for making this video possible, including Casserole, JJ Gamer, ALS Gamer, Kentuin, Jensgram, Spartan News, Nick Smarty, Video Games Are Not Real, Dimitri H, Punching the Microphone, and all the rest. And of course, you. Thank you for watching. If you'd like to support the channel, you can click the join button down below the video. And as always, I will see you all next time.